Cleveland, like the city or the Browns. So they've shut the intersection down at North Central Expressway and Stacy Road. So we're at North Central Expressway and Stacy Road in Allen, Texas, guys. They've got a ton of police. Like I said, they started with like 3 motorcycle cops and 3 officers, and now you can see it's turned into an all-out police. So Marvin was in the custody of Allen PD and booked into the Collin County Jail where he lost his life, never exited. He was arrested for possession of small amount of marijuana, which me personally, I think they shouldn't be arrested. I think it just should be legalized. Gosh, I swear to y'all, it's about at least 20, 25 cops or more, cop cars, vehicles, and motorcycle cops. As you can see, the motorcycle cops are up there.
In the front.
They're handing out flyers to people to let them know why they're out here today. Thank y'all for tuning in. Smashers and Smashettes, please share. Make sure y'all go to smashlovethekids.org. I don't think Alan's seen anything like this before.
Where do we want it? Now! Where do we want it? Now! Where do we want it? Now! Say your name! Say your name! Say your name! Say your letters! Justice! No peace!
Hold on, the Allen PD got something to say. Hang on one second.
Hold up! There's somebody over there with the gun. That's way
Can we keep you in the corner?
Oh, now they're trying to say that there's somebody with a gun over there. That's so convenient. That's so convenient, y'all. They're trying to stop them from going into the mall. So they just claimed that there's a gun over there.
No, exactly.
Justice! No peace! Justice!
I see the media finally made it, but Smash is the news before the news. I know, right? So conveniently today they have a gun over there. Yeah, right. That's typical. I mean, that's just me personally. I just think it's convenient. That's right, the news.
Another time was when things began to reopen. And the places that I would trust, that I knew were safe, felt unsafe. I needed to gain trust from the people around me. I was scared that people were going to spit on me, hurt me. And I felt like I was battling this alone. But obviously, now I know that there's so many other people around to know that I'm not battling this alone. To hear your guys' stories. That's it.
All right.
have sign holding together with another woman. Some people approached us. They were trying to block us from being seen. When they approached us, they looked at my side and they spoke to my friend from China, making insulting, derogatory remarks. And I said, "Why are you talking to my friend? You're looking at my side. It is my word." And they kept insulting her. Two of them finally got together and said, "Let's go in the restaurant and have some American food." They walked off. We stood our stand. We were dumb. There was another couple of people by their vehicle who started saying things like, "Your country." I got back out of the car. My friend held up her phone to the Lord and said, "Say it again, please." They would not. They're cowards. They're being nasty. And we tried to take off again and they started hollering more. That was the first time I ever stood next to a friend and watched that insulting, nasty behavior. And even though I said more to the people, it did not help. So we need to be in this together.
Right.
Thank you. My friend told that story at the Springfield City Council, the next council meeting.
City Council.
And one of those councilors was bold enough to address it at the end of the meeting. That does not happen in leaders accountable for that also.
That's right.
I used to work at the University of Arizona's Asian Pacific American Cultural Center when I used to attend school there, and I really enjoyed my experience. I was welcomed with open arms. I got brought into the Asian culture. I remember how shocked my boss was when I had never had Spam before. She looked at me like I was the craziest person in the world. She's like, "You never had Spam?" And I was like, "Nah." And she changed my whole life. I'm the biggest fan of Spam now, and it was great. It was a great experience. But then later while working there, I learned how marginalized the Asian students really had been on campus there. And it didn't really occur to me until my boss, Kenny Importante, had to beg me to attend a meeting because he knew that none of the Asian students that were going to show up and speak about their experiences as being marginalized students on campus, because they knew whatever they were going to say was they were going to say. No one was going to listen to what they had to say. And it was heartbreaking. So I eventually had to go, and I had to basically, for the entire student body, express to the president of the University of Arizona how marginalized students feel. And there anymore, but I'm still on the email list, and I've gotten several emails from the university begging their students to stop harassing Asian students, because it's gotten so bad at the University of Arizona, because there's nothing that the administrators actually do physically to actually protect the Asian students on that campus. I saw it firsthand of legitimately groups of white students being like, literally walking around Asian students, acting like they were the plague itself. And it's just terrible. You can't act like that around people. It not only is it, one, they use it as a joke, which wasn't even funny, and two, it completely demoralizes the person itself. It completely demoralizes them, and it dehumanizes them. And it's not okay. It's not okay at all. And the fact that they're not even, the fact that is at the University of Arizona, but then also here at the University of Oregon as well, which is supposed to be in the city of Eugene, which is supposed to be this liberal utopia, is fake as hell. Because look at all these people here. Look at all these Asian American people here who feel that they have not been heard. They have been stepped on. They have been spit on. They have been called all these names, and yet this city over here loves to bolster their culture and bolster and say that they are such a loving community and say that we foster this multicultural atmosphere. As you can see, there are several Asian Americans here who have said a lot of very important things, and as you can see, the people who have spoken here aren't even people who grew up here. They have moved from across the country here, and it shows that this behavior here in Eugene is the same as these other places that are considered more racist, which just shows you that there's no difference. So I want you all to think about that for a hot second.
This is what community sound like. 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 Show us what community sound like. This is what community sound like. This is what community sound like. Show us what community sound like. This is what community sound like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. So show us what democracy looks like.
They've shut down the intersection.
Listen up, please. I'll let his fans start. You know Marvin Hercules? You want to tell a story about Marvin and who he was? Raise your hand to come up here and grab it. Thank you. Penny, what? Come tell a story about your best friend. Come on here. Let's get it.
by far the funniest human being you'll ever meet in your entire life. There was no moment around him. You're not laughing, you're not smiling, you're not...
As you can see, they've drawn a crowd. Many have drawn around them. As you can see, the police is still with us. It's probably the first time this has ever happened. I'm good. As you can see, there are a lot of spectators. Let me go back over so y'all can hear what's happening.
Is that it validated a lot of the trauma of being fetishized and sexualized and objectified since childhood. Since childhood. And my sister not so long ago was told by one of her boyfriends that he had an Asian fetish. That's trauma. And it's so painful. And what this did is it reminded all of us as women of color that we're all in this together and that we need to have each other's backs. That's all. Yeah. Give me his location!
What happened to him? What happened?
They locked him up for smoking a joint.
Where?
Here, in the alley of the ball.
Y'all see he was arrested for smoking a joint, marijuana.
24 hours.
Alright, so it looks like we're going to wrap up. Thank you so much for coming. This has been a very inspiring event just to see the entire community come together, take a stand against racism and mourn the loss of the Atlanta shootings for East Asian vets that were killed due to the effects of white supremacy. Again, I'm with the Lane East Asian Network, and if any of you would like to connect with me, you can go ahead and take me after this event is over. And thank you very much. We're going to make some very big changes in this community, and I'm glad to have all of you as allies.
Stop the racism! 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 No hate you say them! 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 No hate in USA! No hate in USA! No hate in USA! No hate in USA! Peace in Salem! Peace in Salem! Peace in Salem! Peace in Salem! Hate is virus! Hate is virus! Hate is virus! Hate is virus! Stop the hate! 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 Stop Asian hate! Stop Asian hate! Stop Asian hate! Stop Asian hate! Racism is a crime! Racism is a crime! Racism is a crime! Racism is a crime! Hate is a virus! Hate is a virus! Thank you for gathering. Did we get enough pictures?
Thank you, John Schmidt, for sending love to the father of Marvin Scott.
The videotape! Release the videotape! Release the videotape! Show the world what happened to this giant. Show us! Arrest the County 7 now! We don't even know their names! Who are they?
Collin County 7!
So they're asking for the video to be released. Y'all spread the word, hit share, share, share.
The third one off of LaTrace Patrice's Instagram, his sister. It's on the flyer.
Thank you so much, Dion
All because of a joint.
Pinkney.
text message from his sister on the way here. And he was just saying how he just loved the women in his family. And it just like, I say miles away from, I'm not from here. We don't talk every day. But to see my cousin just saying that he loves us, you know what I'm saying? Like, that means something. That's a man. That he loves
What's happening,
the
Red
women in his
Goodman? I
family.
know you're sharing and spreading the word. Thank
He
you.
loves his
We
people.
appreciate you, all the
Look at
smashers and
y'all.
smashettes, Red.
It shows right here that Marvin was a great person. He got people that love him of all kind of nationalities. It's not even just a black and white thing with him. He loves everybody, and I can see that. I see that. And I'm going to take that love back home. So in St. Louis, they know that y'all standing for Marvin. And I thank y'all. We thank y'all. Whew, y'all.
We got you, Queen.
Thank y'all. Just don't stop fighting. Please don't stop fighting. And I'm going to be back. Y'all going to see me again until we get justice. And I promise, we going to get justice.
We will.
We're going to get justice.
We will.
What do we
You're welcome.
want?
Justice.
What do we want?
Now!
When do we want it? Now! When do we want it?
Now.
Arrest the who?
Harlan County 7.
Arrest the who?
Harlan County 7.
When?
Now.
Yes, Isaac Wright, that's correct. This has to stop.
Wait, stop family have.
Everybody pull out your phone.
Foremost, I want to thank the 7 individuals who are fasting right now, because that is sacrifice, and to go on a fast for 22 days is sacrifice, and they're sacrificing because they realize how important climate justice is. I remember when I first really started vocalizing this work, we were saying climate change, climate change, climate change. However, it was focusing on a negative. We got to focus on the positive and focus on the thing that's going to unite all of us, and that's climate justice.
All right.
And we got to have climate justice in everything that we do. So first and foremost, dealing with recognizing what we need, I'm a state assembly person. I sit on the committee on energy and utilities, and I fought to get on that committee. When I first got there and they were asking what we wanted our committee assignments to be, I fought tooth and nail to get on the Committee on Energy and Utilities. And we're talking about how we deal with our energy, how we deal with our utilities, etc. But we're talking right now about the budget. And the budget right now is Governor Evers' budget. And we got to fight for the things that we want to stay in the budget, because at some point it will transition and become Speaker Voss and his party's budget. But we want to make sure that we have our Green Jobs Initiative. There's $1 million to help support green jobs and green job transition. We lost so many jobs during deindustrialization in the city of Milwaukee. We want to get some of those jobs back, but we got to be trained to do that work. We got to make sure that we know how to do that work, installing solar panels, building wind turbines, having people who do green audits on buildings once we require that work to be done. People have to be knowledgeable and know what we're doing. Secondly, we have to have the Office of Environmental Justice, because we got to make sure it's a heavy lift. We got to get everybody involved. People of color, people in Milwaukee, in urban areas, people in rural areas, people in native country, etc. We got to get everybody involved in this platform. And finally, we also have to get the Public Service Commission to do a study on the social impacts of carbon. We got to make sure that we know and understand what the social ills of carbon are. We got to require construction companies to do environmental impact studies whenever they do construction anywhere. We have to make sure that people have access to those studies so they can go to meetings and understand what's happening. I am proud to represent the people of the 17th Assembly District, and I was proud to represent the people of the 10th County District. However, I also have to be concerned with my other constituents, my constituents of land, air, and water as well. And I represent those individuals in that constituency as well. We also have to talk about on-bill financing as well. If you are a renter in a home and you need green updates on the place that you're renting from, we need to make sure that on that bill there is an assessment to help do those renovations on that building. And not only you, but the tenants that come after you can also benefit from those updates on that building. The energy efficiency, we talked about polar vortex. People always talk about, oh, global warming, huh? Global warming. How's that global warming for you? Those polar vortexes that happen in the wintertime are also as a result of climate change. When you got 60, 70 degree below days, you got to crank that heat all the way up, and your bill is $300-400 more than it typically is. Who's going to be paying for that, especially if your home isn't insulated? We got to make sure that we have on-bill financing so we can do that work.
And the underlying roots of white supremacy that create xenophobia here in this country. And we know this. And if we don't know this, as Jeffrey has said, education is one of the ways that we can help and take action. But I highly encourage you to think about the ways that we can look at our voice and mobilize and understand our fellow people. As I was seeing the news circulate on social media, I wanted to say this because I think it's worth saying. The same roots of white supremacy that killed those 8 in Atlanta is the same that killed black churchgoers in Charleston and 28 Hispanic people in El Paso. It's the same thing that also killed folks in the Sikh temples as well. So we know that this is a unified effort because this is a unified systemic change that has to happen. We're not safe until all of us are safe, and that involves every community. So I encourage you to actually be civic about it. That's a quote from Sophia Lee, by the way. She's very active on Twitter if you follow her. In addition to that, I want to bring a quote from one of my favorite and most recent people that I learned about, Grace Lee Boggs, who is here in the 60s working with the labor and black movement in the United States. Her quote that I want to leave you with here is, "You cannot change any society until you take responsibility for it, until you see yourself as belonging to it and responsible for changing it. Radical change, radical activism starts with you. It starts with all of you." And I'm really happy to see this because we know that we can do this together and we know that we can be together. Thank you so much. And now I want to introduce Kevin, who will speak a couple words as well.
Hello, everybody. I'm proud to be up here talking to y'all, and I'm also very sad to be up here. And I think we all know why. My name is Kevin Ritchie. I was born in Seoul, South Korea, and I was adopted by 2 white Detroiters when I was 3 months old. And I came here, and I've experienced multiple levels of racism my whole life. Just being stared at when walking into a restaurant with 2 white people as a child, and I felt out of place my whole life. And you guys all probably all have experienced the same type of, just backhanded comments and just the little stuff. It's the little stuff that really chips away at you over the years, and that really, that's what upsets me. And it just beats you down to a point to where, like, it's like we've gotten into this place where we ignore all of these transgressions against us. But it's time that we like Brother Jeffrey over here was saying, like it's time that we start talking about this stuff, man. And we can't be silent anymore. When Asian people first emigrated to America, we kind of got put in this box of being passive and silent people, and that we kind of like played that role for a while. And I think now things are starting to change, and people are starting to like come out and really talk about how they're feeling and express that, you know, the stuff that people are doing and saying out here is not right. And especially, unfortunately, in this case of this this recent shooting, the fetishization of Asian women and the demasculinization of Asian men. This is stuff that's prominent in everyday life for us. The things that happened in the Atlanta area this past week, they all stem from things that are very deeply rooted in this country's history. There was a thing called the Page Act in 1875, where it basically didn't allow Chinese women to enter this country because the government feared that they would be involved in prostitution. And this proliferated a narrative of hypersexuality and subservientness in Asian women. And this has been kind of just the narrative that has been just a cancer to like our culture. And it's really just disheartening for us to see, you know. And for the men, when Chinese laborers started to come into this country and take up some of the workforce, the media and the people who are in charge of putting out the stories that y'all hear on the TV and on the news and in the papers, it was basically, the story was told that we're less than everybody else. And this was to, you know, minimize the threat that the Chinese people had on the job availability for white males in this country. And, you know, so this is a very deeply rooted issue, you know, and it's like all of these things have stacked up against each other and culminating in things like this. And if we don't get more active in embracing other cultures and like being part of a unified community, this is just going to keep happening. Like you have to get over all these things that are dividing us, and all these terrible stereotypes and just the way that we deal with each other, man. I don't really have much to say, but that's really all I wanted to say. And thank you guys for having me.
Hey everybody, my name's Uno Yi, and before I would go, a little girl and her brother would like to say something, so you know, let's give a warm applause to them, because you know, they're coming out here saying a little something. What are you guys' names?
Olive and Charlie.
Olive and Charlie?
Get down upstairs.
1, 2, 3.
Today we are here to say that we should not be hated from Asian, because Asian isn't different from Americans. Just because they are Asian doesn't mean they're different. They're the same on the inside, but they're different on the outside. That doesn't mean we should bully them.
Thank you so much. You know, that was pretty cool, you know, just see everyone gathered here and how everyone has, you know, their own thoughts and opinions on the matter. It's truly a beautiful thing, you know, that we're all gathered here today, despite the circumstances. On March 16th, 2021, 8 families lost their beloveds. Then Wednesday came about, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and tomorrow's coming where my family and many other Asian Americans will continue to be in these environments where another misfortune can come about. What happened the other day in Atlanta deeply saddens me. It's really confusing to know what to say during a confusing time. However, we must gain the courage in order to spread the awareness of Asian American hate crimes. To pay respects for our ancestors, gain the courage to travel over here. To honor our parents who worked hard to provide a better life for us. And also for the future generations to come, but most importantly, so that another tragedy like this will never happen again. Appreciate you guys. So my dad first came to America in the 70s. In the first 20 years of his life, him and his family were from South Korea, and they had used rainwater to bathe themselves. They didn't know what their next meal was. He came over here with his brothers, and they worked hard to integrate into the beauty supply business, built their own businesses, worked hard every day, and worked hard in the beauty supply industry to bring the rest of our families over. And worked hard every day for the last 40 years, and I can't thank them enough. Along the journey, my mother came about, and she did her due diligence to also work every day at the store while raising me and 5 of our siblings. So when I heard about this incident, it really scared me that, that could have been her or my family or any one of our families, for instance. Especially during these times. It's just truly scary out there. But I feel like what we're doing is a great thing. We're all coming together and just realizing, before the situation gets even more out of hand, what we must do, and that's to spread the awareness of Asian hate crimes. Now, for the last 4 years, I spent every day as well working in the beauty supply industry, and I could tell you throughout the times there's been many racial slurs, but over the beginning of Corona, after the first couple of months, I could say 3 or 5 times a day, people would tell me that we started this, how dare you ruin our lives, go back to your country. Well, to be frank, this is my country. I was born in Detroit and I'm not going anywhere. But the thing is, this is happening all over the place, all around the U.S. and not only that, all around the world. And it's very important. Okay, so it's very important, to recognize this, it's happening all over the world, and sorry, that just confused me.
Y'all can use this microphone.
Babe, you don't have to press nothing.
Just talk?
Yes.
Just straight up talk? Alright, I appreciate you. So, just to finalize.
Shakwala, we're at the McNamara Federal Building, right by Michigan and 3rd, right down the street at the Federal Building.
Sorry.
Thank you, Fenton.
Take your time.
I appreciate you guys.
We're here for you.
We must let others know we are here, that we are also part of the community, that we are also American. At the end of the day, everyone's just trying to make it by, and I feel like once we understand this concept, our understanding of unity will strengthen. I love my city. Detroit is a wonderful place that holds the true spirit of love, and that's why we're known for Detroit love, baby. We have such a multi-diverse group of people, an amazing mixture of cultures, and we're all in this together, and that's just magic. I appreciate every one of you, last one of you, for attending the start of something beautiful. All the speakers who had the courage today to speak as well. And I also encourage you to let your families know how grateful you are to them sometime in the future. Thank you for sharing your ears with me, and I hope we have a wonderful day as
we're right across from the Rosa Parks Transit Center, the Federal Building, right there.
And next up is my good friend Grace Song.
Hi everyone, my name is Grace Song. I'm a first generation Chinese American. I just want to thank you all for being here and showing up and supporting the Asian community. Our community is mourning a very tragic event. And I would like to reiterate that Roderick Long did not get rid of his temptation. He took the lives of mothers, grandmothers, aunts, daughters, and sisters. He left children without a mother. But they have not died today. As we are here as a community in solidarity and demand that these hateful acts of racism stop, or at least stop going unnoticed. We are here to demand respect as Asians, as Americans, as human beings, and continue to fight against the Asian hate that we know all too well. We are here to love and honor them, but also each other. Let us take a moment of silence and respect these hardworking women who went to work that day and never made it home to their families. Let us keep them in our heart. I'm going to read the names off and we will take a moment of silence after. Soon C. Park, age 47. Sun Cha Kim, 69. Yoon A. Yu, 63. Han Jen Grant, 41, Xiao Ji Tan, 49, Zhao Yao Feng, 44, and those who are not in the crosshairs of this hateful act. Paul Andre Michaels, Delana Ashley Yuan, 33. Taking that moment of silence with us, I would like to introduce Sama, who will talk about the specific ways we can continue to fight hate before it gets to a chance to escalate to violence.
Thank you so much for that moment of silence. That was definitely moving. My name is Samya Prakash, and I'm an Indian American, first generation. And I want to apologize to the Asian community for my people and us being bystanders. Growing up, especially first generation families, I don't know if you all can relate, but our people can be pretty harsh, South Asians, Indians. And I think today, when I talk about solutions and ways that we can actually prevent things like this from happening, I'm going to talk from a grassroots level. Are you guys ready for that?
Yeah.
So the first thing I want to say is apologize. Apologize for not doing better for our Asian community. Apologize that it had to take shots fired and lives taken for something to happen and for people to wake up. The second thing is focus and don't make it about you. If you're talking to your Asian brothers or sisters and they're telling you their experience, honestly, try refraining from responding and saying, oh, I deal with that too. Just listen. One of the things I've noticed, especially in South Asian families, Indian specific, is we don't talk about feelings. It's considered strength to ignore the elephant in the room. It's considered strength to be quiet and be silent. So let's normalize doing the exact opposite. I think it takes so much strength to have and show empathy, to apologize, to listen, and to report if you witness racism, hate crimes, or anything of that sort, even in the workplace. One thing I want to say is that anti-racism is a habit. It's not a personality trait. It's not. It's a muscle that you have to constantly work. Just like when you go to the gym and you lift biceps or you squat, it's a muscle that you have to work. You have to actively unlearn things that you grew up thinking were normal and were justified. You have to actively seek. Use Google. Google's a great platform. And read and listen to other stories and ways that you can be part of the solution. Sorry, my phone locked. One of the things that I've realized is that our culture is very reactive. And one of the ways to prevent these things is to hold and create an accountability culture. A culture where we hold people accountable as opposed to being on the sidelines. That's how we can help our Asian brothers and sisters. I also think it's important to learn about cultures and how they've influenced Western way of life. And not reduce cultures down to what we see in media, Hollywood, and honestly, TV. And there's many more things that we can do, but one thing I want to point out, well, two more things, is that words matter. It's called the coronavirus and nothing else. It's not a coincidence that there were so many hate crimes done towards Asian Americans this past year. It is not a coincidence. It happened because we let it happen. We let it happen by racial slurs, normalizing the fact that it's so common and so normal to say slurs towards Asian Americans and not say anything to fix it, whether that's in the workplace, in your friend groups, on social media. Come on, we've all seen it. And it's hard. It's hard. But again, with being anti-racist, it's an active choice and it's going to be uncomfortable. It is so uncomfortable. It is so uncomfortable. But get used to getting uncomfortable because that's where true growth happens, right? And the last thing that I want to say before I hand it off is for my Asian Americans and for allies here, correct people when they mispronounce your name. My parents taught me that ever since I was a year old. Correct people when they say your name's wrong. If they have to try it, correct people when they say your name wrong. Okay? Whether they have to practice it 10 times, 1,000 times, or 1,000,000 times. If they can pronounce Vincent van Gogh and all the other people that I can't remember off the top of my head, they can pronounce your name. And with that, I would like to hand it off to, I'm going to try my best to say it, Nia Nao Wong. Thank you.
Hi, once again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I actually have a friend here who wants to say a couple words before I start. So I'd like to introduce everybody to Justin.
Hey everybody, my name is Justin. I'm nobody. I'm just one of you come over and to get our voice heard. I'm the first generation immigrant. I came from China. I'm proud of being Chinese, proud of being Asian. Yay! Nothing wrong with it. We work hard. We pay tax. We apply laws just like everybody else. We contribute to this success of this country. We deserve respect. We're not here to beg your empathy. We deserve the respect. We earn it. That's why we come here to get our voice heard. We're not begging for it. We earn it. We deserve it. So fuck the racism.
Yeah!
My turn. Powerful words from Justin. First off, I want to introduce myself. Originally, I was going to introduce myself with my nickname that I've always had to go by. Because nobody can really say my own name. But you know what? Like Justin said, fuck that. My name is Nianamo Shou Sai Chao Ya. My dad was a Hmong American leader of our community here, and today I stand before you all, happy to see everybody here of all different races, ethnicities, political backgrounds, because this is not a political matter. This is a matter for everybody, not just a U.S. matter, it's a world matter, because I stand in front of you as a proud Hmong American, a proud Asian American, a proud American, but most important of all, a proud human. Because the world is not about nation. We are all red-blooded inside. We all have DNA. We all have parents, loved ones. We have children, mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles, people who have been greatly affected by all of these racial issues that have been plaguing our society since the very beginning. It didn't just happen recently, but with everything going on, it's intensified things. The shooting in Georgia should not have happened. The killing of George Floyd last year should not have happened. The improper incarceration, the improper pulling over of people of all different colors, the improper judgment and the improper stereotypes should not have happened, should not happen. And I, for one, am sick and tired of this. But I know we are all angry. But another part is, as Sonia put, we need to hold ourselves accountable as well. And myself, I need to come forward and apologize to all of my brothers, sisters, my parents, my nieces, my nephews, my children. I am sorry that I remained silent. But we cannot be silent anymore, because this is bullshit. We should not have to come together because people have been killed, because people have been wrongfully killed. And we cannot let that bring us together again like this. We must stay united. Yes. My dad, during his leadership, he wanted to bring people together. And he's no longer with us. He had Lou Gehrig's disease, and I saw him suffer for it. I saw what happened to my community after that, and I saw it break apart. But I'm happy that I saw new leaders step forward and bring it together. And I'm so happy that my niece Sina and her friend Zora have decided to step up and be new leaders of our community. I'm so proud of them. I'm happy to see what they've done. All the people here. But I also know that every one of us is here today because we are all angry. We're all mad. I know everybody wants to do something rash. Do not let that happen. One of the most brilliant minds in this world that I have ever known, I have ever ever heard about is my mom, as most of us can attest to. How many times have we heard mom say something to us and we know that they ended up being right? My mom every damn day. And I'm 32 years old. My mom has a quote that I have always tried to abide by. And I say try because, as we all know as children, we can be a little stubborn. What our parents say, it can kind of go in one ear and out the other as white noise, which is exactly what we've also done to all the racial words, all the acts against the Asian community. We've allowed it to turn into white noise and normalize it, which is why I have to apologize for my part. But one thing that I need you all to remember are these words that my mom has always told me since I was young. Those who are patient will win. Those who are impatient will lose. That phrase has always carried a far deeper meaning than I ever thought. I always thought it was directed towards temperament. But I was so awfully, horribly wrong about it. Impatience is rashness. It's acting brash. It's acting on emotions. It's acting without thinking. It's doing things that you should not do just out of a reactionary moment. Even though we are here for the right reason, do not let your emotions get the best of you. Later we will be marching together and many of you will be joining us. But it is going to be a peaceful protest because we will not allow our emotions to overtake us. We will not allow any rashness to happen. We must remember, we have to be patient to win. Okay? My mom has always said that to me, and so many times have I seen those words proven right. Even when I argued with her and said, no, I need to act now. I need to do this now, because if I don't act now, it's going to be forgotten. I was wrong. Every time I acted on those rash, reactionary emotions, I have lost. Every time I pulled back, took my time, listened carefully to her, and allowed myself a moment of patience, I won. And that's what we need to do today. That's what we need to do from now on. That's what we need to do in the future. But not as individuals. Because today's rally has not been about politics. It has not been about white, black, yellow, red, anything, brown, nothing. None of those colors that have been associated with people's skin has anything to do with this. None of your political standings have anything to do with today. Today is about us as humans. Because today, united we are standing, but in the end, united we must remain. And with that, before I become rash, I'm gonna introduce, once again, Sina Bang to close us out on the speakers. But I would like to thank all of the speakers for coming up here and for everybody who's joined us today. Thank you very
much. Hey y'all. I'm going to wrap this up now because I know a lot of us are kind of here to get onto the streets and march. I know that we have a lot of emotions inside us that we want to express. But once again, I want to thank you all for showing up here today for your fellow Asians. Thank you for the speakers who had the courage to come here and speak and share their experience and educate us on how we can be better versions of ourselves and how we can be better for our children in the future to come. I want to thank our state senators for being in attendance today, especially our state representative, first Asian woman elected official, thanks for coming out here to speak on behalf of our Asian community. I want to thank Over the Moon Detroit for helping, whatever we're needed, co-host and organize this entire event. I want to thank Oakland and East County Mutual Aid for their help in providing tea and candles for the vigil. I want to thank Metro Detroit Political Action for their assistance in security and medical, as well as providing water for us. I want to thank Ellie, Melina, Grace, and Victor for taking their time out to put together this beautiful vigil, and Eddie for buying flowers for it. I want to thank all of the Asian organizations, big and small, who got word of this event and traveled from near and far to come up and show support for our community during this very critical time. I wish I could list off every one of you, but there's so many of you, and that's a beautiful thing because you guys all came up here. I especially want to thank all of our friends, families, and followers who have been sharing the post, putting out the message of our movement so we could all be here today. I don't think that I could ever thank any of you guys for being such an amazing, strong support group. And thank you to the press, too, for coming out here to get coverage on this historical day. Again, this is our first time as whenever we're needed doing something like this, and it certainly won't be the last, so look out for us. I hope everyone leaves here today knowing that we are all stronger together as the human race. And now, we're going to begin the march. So if everyone can kind of congregate a little more towards that area. If anyone has questions for whenever we're needed, I would ask that you guys please see Zora or myself after the march. We will be coming back here at the end for a final second vigil. When it gets a little darker, we'll have the candles on. So if anyone wants to listen to your work today, somewhere to go, feel free. And please follow and one final shout out. Sorry, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I like you got home today. What's up, brother? How you doing? Good. How are you? It's a great turnout. Yeah, it's a good turnout. It's not mattered to me for like the last 7 months. I didn't like have. There's no clock here. You know anything about like our route? It's probably 5. I have no idea. They do it on purpose. On the thing, scheduled for like 2.5 hours. Yeah, we'll see. I guess kind of long given the crowd and everything. Have you seen our boy yet?
Oh no, I don't think no.
Security does now.
Yeah, no, I talked to Brick like that because like right before I told you when we left yesterday, I was talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah, and so like and then I messaged both of you to give me your signal so I could talk to you guys. And I sent the same stuff to Brick as I sent.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But I was like, I think photographers would be the best side to be around him. He would probably he was up on that overpass with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, like if Mark and them knew, he could throw.
Hey, what's up? Back again. Sierra, day 2 days in a row. Rebecca.
Have you seen Jen?
Huh? Jen.
Joe? Have you seen Joe?
I saw him over there.
Are we marching?
A little bit ago. Yeah, we're getting ready to.
This was a learning experience. You know,
How's it going?
Great.
Doing good?
Little experience. Yeah.
Good.
I don't know what the heck it is, but nowadays,
I wanted to get up there and say something. But
What's up? Oh, that's a better one.
Yes, I love it. I love hugs.
Oh,
I love hugs.
me too.
This is my grandson, Jude.
Hi, how's it going? Doing good? Yeah. Good. Are you excited to march?
He's gonna march.
Yes. That's exciting.
so glad you guys came.
Yes. Well, he lives down here, so it was easy to come. We spent
You can come with me if you want to.
That way I get to spend some time with them.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys came out.
Thank you. I didn't know I got it.
Well, the reason they call them the Collin County 7 because they don't know their names. They haven't released the names or the video. No one knows the names or seen the video yet. Which that nationally, y'all, that should be something like within, 24 to 48 hours. You got to let it go. Time out for holding on to evidence. Y'all send love, spread hearts, share, share, share.
We want them to implement it in their mind so they can go to sleep thinking about the Collin County Senate.
Y'all please help Sandy out. She just asked what happened. Thank you, J Rock. Hey, how you doing? Oh, hey. How's it going? Good to see you. Wonderful. I'm glad you came out.
Oh, yeah, girl. I told you I was coming.
Yeah.
My aunt, they took her to the hospital this morning. I had to call her, said, you got to come. I got something to do.
Yeah.
Sit for a minute and I'll come back. So, yeah, I had to show up.
Thank y'all Smashers and Smashers for tuning in. That's Marvin Scott's dad, in case you're just tuning in.
This brother gotta go without his brother. This sister can't call and hear her brother's voice. This nephew can never play video games with his uncle. We done said too many names. Too many names. Too many names. Too many names.
Too many names.
What if this was the officer's son? What would you think they would have done?
Arrested those 7 Collin County people, the fuck?
Period. They would have went after. They would have did it yesterday.
Yes,
they would have did it yesterday. Release the videotape. 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 Y'all heard the mother. Y'all heard the mother, right? The mother should have to scream. We should. We are her voice. She gotta bury her son. So let's say it louder for her. For Marvin. Release the what? Videotape. Release the what? Videotape. When? Now. When? Now. When? Now. When? Now.
No, you cannot overdose on marijuana. Come on, stop that. You can overdose on opioids that they prescribe from the doctor's office, though.
It's been a week.
Yeah, y'all. Tag Joe Biden.
7 days.
Tag Joe Biden.
That's a long time to go and talk to loved ones. Yesterday.
Tag Joe Biden. He has a Facebook page.
If y'all want to have cameras, y'all need to press the issue, call these numbers. That's on the flyer. Demand that they arrest the
Send this video nationwide. Spread it. Worldwide. We're worldwide. Smash the topic. Breaking news worldwide. Black Lives Matter.
What else we gonna have, y'all? Marshmallows. We're gonna have candy.
Thank y'all for tagging. Thank y'all for tagging Joe. Hopefully he's okay. I saw he had a bit of a fall.
Too many days. Go ahead, Queen.
No, you're good. That's right. Tag the news. Tag the news. Anybody tag Damond Fernandez? Damond Fernandez with WFAA. Damond Fernandez.
On a Monday. How did I know that it would be
This is the arresting agency, Allen PD.
I'm a nurse and I call the medical examiner when people in this community will pass away. That's
Oh,
not
this is the mom.
Notified, okay?
They notified them by text message.
By text message. Guess when he died?
So sad.
The night before. Guess when I seen him, his body, yesterday. For the first time. Collin County has
Oh, they
failed
just saw
us
his body yesterday.
tremendously.
This is the mother.
They have failed us tremendously. And I'm very disappointed.
Yes, tag the council members in Allen, y'all. Find out who they are and tag them.
Release the videotape. Release
The videotape! Release the videotape! Release the videotape! I can't hear you! Release the videotape!
Release the videotape!
Yes, he was arrested here at the outlet mall. That's why they're here, because he was arrested here first. And then taken to the Collin County Jail and never left out.
Release the videotape!
This is the arresting agency right here.
Release the videotape!
Thank you, Red Goodman. Tag the media. Let them know. They're back on the move. We're over here by Loft. That's Ann Taylor. And American Eagle.
Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! No justice! Hold on, y'all. Hold on. No justice! No justice!
Come on, come on, come on.
Go around,
Just
go around.
hang on,
Say
lady.
his name!
Let's in the middle.
Say his name! Say his name! Say his name! No justice! No justice! Say his name! Say his name! Say it louder! What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? No justice! No justice!
I got it.
What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! Same thing! Marvin Scott the third!
Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third!
Marvin Scott the third! Justice! Now! Justice! Now!
Thank y'all for tagging. Make sure y'all continue to tag Joe Biden, y'all. Let him know that Allen needs some attention. Thank you, David Fuentes, for tuning in. Make sure you share. Read the tag in the description.
Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third!
No peace! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now!
Justice! Now! Justice! Now!
Tag Stephen Pickett, Damond Fernandez, Stephen Pickett, and Damond Fernandez. That's media.
No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
thank you, Janelle. We love you so much. Thank you, Janelle, for tagging.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want?
Make sure you tag Damon Fernandez. We love Damon. We love Steve too. Yes, it is definitely peaceful.
What do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want it? Now! Save me! Martin Scott III! Save me! Martin Scott III! Save me! Martin Scott III! No justice? No peace! No justice? No peace! No justice? No peace!
The family is asking that the video is released. They're not releasing the video.
Martin Scott III! Martin Scott III! Martin Scott III! Martin Scott III! No justice? No peace! No justice?
Then he shouldn't be president if he's too old.
No peace!
That's for sure. We don't need nobody too old to do anything. It happened right here at the Allen Outlet Mall. They arrested him here and then took him to the Collin County Jail, where he was later pronounced deceased. And the family received a text message, not even a phone call. They found out about Marvin's death through a text message. And they just saw his body yesterday for the first time since 3/14. He was arrested on small amount of marijuana here at the mall. Yes, we're in Allen, Texas. That's Collin County, Texas. Definitely cold-blooded. Y'all tag Joe. Tag Joe. Hopefully he's feeling better.
Martin Scott III! 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 Arrest who? Arrest who?
They say how he died.
Arrest who? Arrest who?
She's
The facts are the facts.
yeah.
He was arrested. He was beat. He was maced.
He was beat. Y'all, he was arrested. He was beaten and he was maced.
And they put a spit hood over his head while being maced.
And they put a spit hood. They put a spit hood over after he was maced.
Pinned him down with their knee on his
Pinned him down with the knee on his.
arm down.
They had his the knee is on his.
They had him locked down from feet and one arm. Pinned one of his arms down with his leg. Put a some type of military hold on him while macing him with a spin hood on his head, which caused them to get an enlarged heart.
An enlarged heart, y'all.
But we're not gonna let them just leave it.
Yeah, that's what their police are trying to say. So y'all heard it there from the cousin.
No justice! Hey, no justice for Marvin, y'all! Put up the sign for Marvin right here.
Wow, a lot happened to him with the spit hood on his head. Wow. I didn't know all those details. That's pretty bad. And then to just find out by a text message, y'all, that's cruel and unusual.
Marvin Scott III. We cannot let them forget his name. We cannot let up. We may be tired, but that's okay because this road ain't gonna be easy.
They have not released the names of the officers or the jailers, whatever.
And remember, while we out here, do not forget while we're out here. I know our minds get straight, so let's get back to the main cause. Justice for who? Marvin Scott III! Justice for who? Marvin Scott III! Now!
Let me see your shirt. Somebody asked how old he was.
He died at 26.
He died at 26, age 26. This is when he was born.
Marvin Scott III! Marvin Scott III! Marvin Scott III!
what's been happening to every family. Not every family gets the type of support, and unfortunately, not every family has a bunch of people standing and holding a Facebook video to show that evidence. The reality is police across this country, and particularly in the state of Minnesota, continue to hide the truth through their county prosecutor, through the justice system, and that is unfair, and it becomes painfully wrong. It is now over 60 days, or more than 60 days, with the Dollar killing, and we have a county prosecutor who retired. We have a case that has been abandoned, and now we're asking for the governor to do what he has the power to do, as he has done for the George Floyd family, to remove the case from Baxter's office to a special prosecutor. And to that note, there is a law that allows for him to do that, and we are asking for him to do that. And finally, I just want to say to the many people right now who are concerned about what is happening in our city, particularly in Minneapolis, just know that there are many, many families who have not gotten justice. And this will continue to happen unless we change the system, unless we change the policies that hold these officers accountable for the killing and murder. And so right now, the state capitol is now we are encouraging citizens all over the state to stand to stand together and let us pass policies that will hold policing accountable. And if we had the policies that we are proposing today, we could have an independent prosecution for all cases involving officer-involved shootings. And even in the fact, in this case, Dollar Eid, the county prosecutor should have been Mike Freeman. But because he understands the clear conflict of interest that is involved in prosecuting the same work group that he is actually working with, the counties in the 5 districts have created a new policy that is a failed policy, but a new policy where they will not prosecute the actual case that it happened in their own jurisdiction. So they're even telling you that they cannot be partial. We know that Porter County prosecutor, whoever is there now, cannot prosecute in a manner that would bring justice to this family, a manner that would remove the clear evidence of conflict. So we're asking for the governor to assign a special prosecutor. We're asking citizens to join us in passing legislation because we want to stop the killing of innocent people. We want to save lives and we want to protect ourselves from police brutality, and we have to do it now.
Good afternoon. I'm the Deputy Director of Minnesota. And I want to start off by saying that
oh yes, Telemundo, definitely tag Telemundo.
What's his name? What's his name? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? What's his name? What's his name?
Thank y'all for tagging. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What do we want? What do we want? Arrest who? Arrest who? Arrest who? What's his name?
Thank you for tagging Ricky Smiley.
What's his name?
Make sure y'all tag Dee Dee in the morning. Tag Dee Dee in the morning.
What do we want? What's his name?
Tag Dee Dee.
What do we want? 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 What's his name?
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now!
that's a good one. Thanks for tagging BBC. Thank you, Janella, for tagging Dee Dee.
When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives. Black lives. Black lives. Matter. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Say his name. Martin Scott III. Say his name. Martin Scott III. Say his name. Martin Scott III. What do we want?
Channel 11 is out here.
What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now.
This is the Allen Premium Outlet Mall. This is where he was arrested. And this is the arresting agency right here, Allen PD. No, I'm good. Thank you.
What do we want?
Yes, tag everybody nationally. Hopefully they're still into Black Lives Matter, you know, and it wasn't just a fad for them. Because black people are still being killed.
What's his name? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives. Black lives. Black lives. Black lives. What's his name? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. When I say justice, no, what do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What's his name? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. And what do we want? Justice. For who? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. Who do we want arrested?
Oh, thank you for tagging Brother Ben X.
Who do we want arrested?
Thank you, Melissa, for tagging TMZ Live.
Black lives. Black lives. What's his name? Martin Scott III. 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 Marvin 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 Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. What's his name? Martin Scott III. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What's his name? Martin Scott III.
Oh, y'all heard that? Use the @ before the tag. Y'all look at Donna Jackson Bowden's comment.
What was your name?
Shanita?
Shanita. Okay.
Yes. No, I just had it. Thank you. This is on Smash the Topic. Smash the Topic breaking news. Yes, on Facebook. So retag at the Shade Room, retag at Dee Dee in the Morning, retag at Damon Fernandez. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Arrest who? Arrest who? What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? No justice? No peace. No justice? No peace.
Y'all, this is Marvin's dad.
No justice? No peace.
This is Marvin's dad.
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?
Yeah, definitely tag Allen PD.
No justice.
Tag Allen PD.
No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace.
At the real, thank you for tagging. Y'all tag and use the @ sign, they said.
What's his name? What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What do we want? Justice. What do we want it? Now. What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What do we want it? Now.
Yeah, definitely tag Portia Williams. I know she went to jail for George Floyd. Let's see if she cares about Marvin Scott III.
What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What's his name? Marvin Scott III.
Y'all are so beautiful. Thank you for tagging. Share, share, share.
What's his name? Marvin Scott III. No justice. No peace. 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 What's his name? Marvin Scott III.
Y'all look at her outfit. I'm trying to catch her. She's quick. Can I see your outfit again? Can I see your outfit? Y'all see what her shirt says?
Justice. What do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. And when do we want it? Now. Say his name. Wow. What's his name? Marvin Scott III. 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 We're standing on the side of the justice for Marvin. Marvin Scott III. Marvin Scott III. The rest of Harlan County
Thank y'all for tagging. Y'all are so beautiful. Spread love. Spread love.
Marvin Scott III. What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What's his name? Marvin Scott III. No justice. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Where's who? The Collin County Seven. Where's who? The Collin County Seven. Where's who? The Collin County Seven. When? Now. When? Now. Now. When? When? What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What's his name? Marvin Scott III. What's his name? Marvin Scott III.
Y'all, we're at the Allen Premium Outlets where he was arrested on a very, very small amount of marijuana. Later transported to the Collin County Jail where he was allegedly beaten, maced, put a spit hood over after he was maced. And later lost his life.
No peace. No peace. No peace. Marvin Scott III. Marvin Scott III. Marvin Scott III.
Thank you, Hannah Davis, for tuning in. Thank you, Angie Benjamin, for tagging. Thank you, Fort Worth, Carl Sims, for tuning in.
No peace. Marvin Scott III. Marvin Scott III. Marvin Scott III.
Thank you, Donna.
No peace. No peace.
Cecile Jeffrey, I see you're back with us.
No peace.
We're at the Allen Premium Outlet Mall. It's in the description.
Marvin Scott III. Marvin Scott III. No peace.
bitch ass.
Thank y'all for tagging. Moment of silence.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Arrest who? The Collin County 7. Arrest who? The Collin County 7. When? Now. 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 Thursday. Martin Scott the Third. 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 Martin Scott the Third. Mama, mama, can't you see? Mama, mama, can't you see? What the system's done to me. What the system's done to me. They lock us up, they pull us down. They lock us up, they pull us down. There ain't no justice in our town. There ain't no justice in our town. Copper, copper, don't you cry. Copper, copper, don't you cry. Today is not my day to die. 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 Arrest the who? Arrest the who? When? When? Now. He was scaring me.
Yes, they maced him and then put the spit hood over him. Allegedly, according to the family. For a small amount of marijuana. I've seen where you can put them in a chair, you know, cuff them. You know, I've seen people get away with worse, like shooting up whole malls, shooting 20, 30 people, and be walked out. Y'all know we've seen people shoot up whole malls and keep their life. They call them the Collin County 7 because they haven't released their names. The department hasn't released their names. And they notified the family via text that Marvin had lost his life.
Marvin Scott the third. Look him up.
Yes, the family is asking for them to release the tape. Well, hopefully the Asian community rallies around them. I haven't seen anything as far as any kind of rally or anything. I'm not for sure. I haven't been kept up on that.
Silence is violence.
Black people definitely have their own fight. Looks like we're leaving back off of we're leaving out of the mall back onto the street. Headed back up toward the highway on 75. And Story Road, 75 and Story Road. They're getting ready to get on Story Road. I do have my battery pack, so we will be able to go to the end. Oh, okay, good deal, thank you. We should just stop the hate, period. You know, that's the answer to world peace. Is stop the hate, period. It doesn't matter who you are.
Marvin Scott the third. Justice. Now. No peace. No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
Arrest who?
The Collin County 7!
Arrest who?
The Collin County 7!
Arrest who?
The Collin County 7!
Okay, it's time for me to pull out my battery pack, y'all. Hang tight. I'm ready today.
Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott.
Thank me later.
Marvin Scott the third!
Thank y'all. Keep tagging, keep tagging, keep tagging.
Marvin Scott the third!
They're going to block the intersection here. The Allen PD is out in full force.
Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third! Marvin Scott the third!
You're welcome, Lovely Price. That's a beautiful name, Lovely. Thank y'all. Keep tagging people. Keep tagging. They are blocking traffic all the way down. This is the arresting authority, Allen Police Department. Could you hold this for a second? Just hold that. All right, I just plugged y'all in. Hang on one second. Let me put you in.
Good to see you out here, Smash.
Yeah, Shanita. Yeah, Shanita. But this is Smash. Smash love the kids too.
Well, we want the videotape, right? Release the videotape! Release the videotape! Release the videotape!
There's a ton of police. This is the arresting agency again. They let them know through text message that Marvin Scott had lost his life. All the way down there. Yeah, Shanita. They have about 25 cop cars all the way around, even as far down as past the highway. We're on Story Road, y'all. There's people across the street, all the way down. They're taking a knee. Y'all, this is Marvin Scott's father. Yes, we're at Stacy Road, Ebony. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. This is Shanita reporting the news. We're in Allen, Texas, and Collin County. Yes, we're at Stacy Road, Ebony. Thank you.
And let's make an imprint right here. This is where Marvin lost his life, all due to the fact.
Maddie Biggs wants me to give you a hug for her.
Oh, thank you.
They're sending you love. Yes, this is Marvin's mom, y'all. Is there anything, hang on one second. Is there anything you want to say to them?
This is an awful thing, and it's terrible. It's terrible. We need justice for my son immediately. Everybody support us. The way I found out,
could you a little louder? Yes.
The way that I found out that he had passed away was through a medical examiner text message. Okay? The next day. He passed on Sunday. We found out on Monday. via text message. We had an opportunity to see our son for the first time yesterday. This has got to stop. It's awful.
Would you like to say anything, Mr. Scott?
Not this time.
Thank you. All right, y'all heard it here first. This is the place where he was first arrested on little small amounts of marijuana. They're not letting traffic by. The police, I think, are helping them to move back, to back up maybe. They are surrounded by the police. Thank y'all for tuning in. Those that have tuned in just now, please share.
Child experience reminds us that we are no different than anywhere else. We like to think, as Tiffany said, we're progressive and forward-thinking, and that racism is the exception, not the rule here in Montgomery County. Many of us sleep soundly at night, believing we're different from places that have made the national news because of racial violence, because of police violence. That, I'm sorry to say, is just not true. In early February, County Council Member Rice made a cautionary tale reference to, we only need to look to my hometown, Rochester, New York, to see what happens when those relationships with police are not there. He was building a case for the importance of law enforcement being in our schools and referencing the horrific treatment of a 9-year-old child by Rochester police that was captured on camera. He did not mention there, right here, 5 minutes drive from where we are right now, a 5-year-old child was accosted by police when what he needed was safe passage back to school. We are no different. We are no better than Rochester, New York. In fact, we need to look in the mirror because our county swept this incident under the rug. We are no better, no different than Orlando, Florida, where 2 years ago, Kaya Roll, a 6-year-old black child, a baby, was arrested in her school for having a tantrum. Does anybody here have children? That's what they do. 2 years later, and hold us each to time I say this, her grandmother shared that Kaya is still struggling and has to bring herself out of despair. We have to stop doing this to our children, stealing their joy. The burden of building positive relationships with police cannot be placed on them. It's not their schoolwork or their homework. Law enforcement has no place in our schools, except in the most absolutely extreme instances, and a child away from school is not that. So many youth, and you have heard from some of their leaders today, have shared their stories right here in Montgomery County of how they do not feel safe or supported and have been actively harmed by police in schools and around them. Silver Spring Justice Coalition members have shared horrific stories of their negative interactions with police, and yet we continue to say that police keep us safe. Who do they keep safe? I want everyone to hear this next part, because I'm calling those of you who are scared in, but specifically black and brown folks who are scared. White folks, we just have to do better. But let me say this. We absolutely must carve out space for conversations about differences of opinion on how to create safe and supportive communities and schools. And that is what young folks and parent organizers have already been doing for a year, as Zakia pointed out, in this county and around this nation. So, while we are having those conversations, let's remember that we are here today to lift up all of this, grounded in ensuring that our neighbor, this child who was so profoundly mistreated, knows we are committed to doing better starting today, and knows that his neighbors are different. Thank you.
Well, I am trying to have faith, but at the end of the day, everybody knows these stories. They've seen it on video. When I was a kid, there was no video. There was Rocky King. That was a wonder. But now that we have video, and you have the numbers, and you know what's happening, and you still won't do anything, it's just because you don't want to do anything, and you don't care. And I really just be honest with us. They don't care. Look us in our face. We're going to protect you. We're going to do this, and don't do it. They don't care. Keep that in your mind while you're paying that $70,000 plus salary a year. Remember that. You better get them out of office. All right, so we're going to have Cecily Bolton, and I think Ginger, we're going to have you come up now.
Mother and the child. You are a child, a beautiful child. I'm sorry that those cops were unkind to you. They weren't very nice, but you are a nice kid. You are loved by your family. You are loved by strangers. You are cared for by strangers. But I'm not a stranger. I too, once a black child, had a frightening experience with the cops. But I became a big girl, a young woman, and now a woman, and I am no longer afraid. One day you won't be afraid. You'll be brave, and you will spread kindness. You have people supporting you, kid. There are many fun kid things to do. Soon it'll be warm, every day. I want you to explore the world. Roll in the grass, jump up high, smile, laugh, giggle, and eat something sweet. You're a good kid. Thank you.
And Ginger, are you here?
That was beautiful. Thank you. My name's Ginger. I'm a long-time mom, and I'll be the first to say that we can't. I'm a long-time ES mom, and I'm the first to say that we have to do better. We have to do better. Yes, we need to demand accountability from police, we need to demand accountability from school officials, and we need to demand accountability from each other. School needs to be a safe and nurturing place for every child. It's easy to put a Black Lives Matter sign in your yard, but it's time to walk the talk. It's time to say that Black Lives Matter and
Thank you so much, Ginger, for sharing that, especially as an ESS parent. Thank you. So now, I'm going to have my councilman come forward. Actually, I have two here that I claim as my own. And we're going to have Councilmember Gervando come and give us some words.
Thank you, Tiffany, and thank you for your strength. I know you've been through a lot yourself with your own son. The first thing I want to do, it was mentioned that this young boy, this child, this 5-year-old, this kindergartner, and his mother and their family had not heard this. So I want to be the first, as an at-large member of the Montgomery County Council of Government, to say, I am sorry that this happened to you. But I'm not going to stop it. I'm not just sorry. I'm going to do something about it, and we are doing something about it. I, along with my friend and colleague, Councilmember Hans Riemer, have been working over the last year, if not more, to finally say with a loud voice that we need and demand police-free schools. It's not about being against the police or for the police. It's about being for what is right for children. I have 4 young children. My son is 2. I cannot imagine the fear in this young child's eyes and heart as he was handcuffed and screamed at and called nasty and put in the back of a police car. There is no excuse for that. No excuse at all. And it's not just the police department that are culpable. The teachers and staff and administration that stood by and watched it happen and didn't intervene, if that's what happened, they're responsible as well. The reason I say if that's what happened, because all I have is the plaintiff's statement. I don't have the body camera footage, which I've requested months ago. When I've asked our police department, where's the footage? They say, oh, we're redacting it, we're working on it. We need to see that footage. We have to learn from the mistake and make sure it doesn't happen again. You can't have justice without transparency. And that's why we're demanding it. Now the good news is, there is some good news in this story. Despite the trauma that this young child and his mother have felt, which will never be erased, we're going to come around them and support them, and I know the Silver Spring community, and we will do that. But I am here to say that next year, there will not be police in our schools. Regardless of the legislative process, that is clear as today. What we are going to work on is make sure that we have counselors and psychologists and social workers and nurses and supportive trained to interact with our children. That's what our children need. And that's not only what they need, it's what the data says they need. There's no research saying that police in schools keep schools safer. But there is research saying that they arrest black and brown and disabled children at the highest rates of any other child. So we're here to say and stand in solidarity with this young man, his mother, his family, his community, but also say that we will not let up until we remove police from all and give our students who are coming off one of the hardest years in memory. I put my 2 young elementary age children that go to MCPS on the bus on Monday for the first time in a calendar year. They need to have supported, trained, trusted adults, not police when they go into the school system. So we're going to need your help. You've been great so far. Keep pushing. Keep supporting. We have a budget process. We're going to need to make investments. It's not just about removal. It's about what we need our kids to have. Every high school has a SRO. Every high school doesn't have a school psychologist. We're going to change that in this budget. So we're going to need your support. So thank you. Keep fighting. And Black Lives Matter.
Call to action. We can't say we don't know what we need. We know exactly what we need to do. At this time, I'm going to have Councilmember Hans Beamer come forward and give us some.
That's all right. Thank you, Tiffany. Everybody, I'm Hans Beamer, and I am sorry that we're here, but I'm glad to be here with you. I want to thank Councilmember Wilton Wando under the County Council. We've been moving a lot faster on reforming public safety. And I think it's got a lot to do with how prepared he was to take these issues on. What happened at East Silver Spring Elementary School is totally unacceptable. It should have never happened. Those police officers were wrong, and they need to be disciplined. It is an outrage. My deeper involvement in these issues really started actually when Tiffany Kelly reached out to me because her son who had brought fake play money to school had been interrogated by a police officer after a series of adults failed that child, resulting in a police officer being called to the school. And, you know, at that time, we actually had received a proposal to expand SROs to middle schools. So I am pleased to say, as DeWanda said, we've gone from 2 years ago adding police officers to middle schools to this year, police officers are coming out of all the schools. You have made a difference. Thank you for your advocacy. But Tiffany Kelly's experience proves that removing police officers from schools is not enough, because it was other administrators that failed her son. And the reason that police officers are making arrests in our school system is not only because they're there, it's because the administrators are invested in a system that relies upon police and arresting students. And until we change the culture and the practice that results in police officers being called when children are committing, you know, they're acting out, doing something wrong. Until we change the practice that has that resulted in a police officer instead of a different kind of professional engaging with that child. And I refer to anyone who was in school as a child. Until we change that, none of this is really going to change. So I now understand, as I know you do, that this is a much longer term and bigger battle. We have to not only remove the police officers in schools, but every security officer, teacher, assistant principal, athletic director, coach, and parent needs to know how to respond when a child needs help, when a child needs an intervention. And when we build that community, then we will be where we need to be. And that is going to start, it's going to start with your community leadership, but it's going to continue with proposals that we put into the budget and policies that we put in place in partnership with the school system and the county. So for me, the idea of removing police officers from schools was necessary but not sufficient. It was only the beginning of forcing the institutions to the table to build a better system that does not use police, but instead uses counselors, coaches, and all adults to treat children with respect and believe in them and never give up on them. And I know that we are not there. That conversation is not yet ready. The school system does not yet understand that, and the county government and the police department do not yet understand that. So we've got to continue to push, and Councilmember Jawando and I will continue to push until we build that system that never gives up on a child and makes sure that every child has the chance to fulfill their potential. So let's keep working together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go on, I want to know if we have any other elected officials here with us. Anybody else here? Do we have any other elected officials here with us from any city, county, state jurisdiction? Okay. I thought I saw someone else here, but maybe they're not here. Okay. I also want to give a couple of acknowledgments. First, to our ASL interpreter, Cindy. We really appreciate the time today. And we have a phenomenal drummer. I know you heard him. We have a lot to do, and this is just the beginning. This is a lifelong fight for equity and for what's right. And I know sometimes people just don't get it. Okay, we're gonna make it get it. Okay, so the group is there. We have a long fight ahead of us. It will not end. This is just the start. But we've gone from wanting to add more police to now taking them completely away. So we have been doing what we're supposed to do. We have to speak up for people that may never have found their voice. School is a place for adult learning, how we are going to teach children to be adults. If every time they make an error, we don't use it as an opportunity to find out what's going on with the student, to find out how we can teach them more about conflict resolution, we are breeding people that don't know how to navigate different situations. We are shutting them down. You will see people that look like me, that are for police in schools, that gets very confusing. But please remember, privilege is not just skin. It's socioeconomic level, it's educational level, it's job, it's position, it's where you live, it's how well you speak, it's if you're fluent in English. So don't believe that everyone that looks like me feels the same way. We have black principals that want the SRO program to continue. A, they don't want to be bothered with problem students. But B, it's just another set of hands for them. So just remember that. You will not see people that look like me that necessarily agree with me, but they also have a certain level of privilege most times. And I think we're waiting for one more speaker.
Back while people are getting murdered in the streets, when you should be out here standing with the hurting community, when you should be out here saying, I don't stand for this. See, we got to get past our political positions and we got to start thinking as human beings. We got to get past whether they're native, whether they're Asians, whether they're black, whether they're trans, whether they're whatever. We got to get past that and start thinking as human beings who have human lives, who have children that depend on us, that have families that love us. That's what we have to get back to. And when we get back to that, or if we were even ever there, but when we get to that place, that is when equality will happen. There is a certain group of people that have not been treated equally. And that is why we're out here. So I'm grateful for your passion. I'm grateful for the people that have a heart to be out here and to be passionate about human life. Not caring what color you are. Not caring what your sexual orientation is. Not caring what your religion is. But caring about the fact that you are a human being that deserves to live. And every person that's lost their lives on these streets was human beings that deserve to live. George Floyd deserved to live. Delon deserved to live. Justin Tiger deserved to live. Hardell Sherrill deserved to live. Cornell Handy deserved to live. Demetrius Hill deserved to live. Jeffrey Smith deserved to live. Kobe Heisler deserved to live. Travis Jordan deserved to live. Fernando Castillo deserved to live. Jamar Clark deserved to live. All of these people deserve to live. And enough is enough. I wasn't even planning on doing all of that. I was trying to get the next person to the mic. But enough is enough with these people sitting in their mansions while we out here fighting for living life. Come outside and face the people. Face the hurting community that your government officials have hurt, because that's what police is. Government officials. Because otherwise you're telling me it's okay what they did. If you're not standing with me, you're standing against me. Right. So if the law don't get it,
shut it down.
If the law don't get it,
shut it down.
If the law don't get it,
shut it down.
If the law don't get it,
shut it down.
If the law don't get it,
shut it down.
If the law don't get it,
shut it down.
If the law don't get it, CARES Minnesota, and then we're going to have Jonathan McCollum come forward with the message speech. We would ask next after that Native Lives Matter come up. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Isis. I run an organization called Minnesota Youth for Justice. This is Isaac Aiden on my poster. This is something I wrote about Jalal after the situation, after he was murdered and after the video came out. First off, the fact that the story MPD released went from being a traffic stop to a weapons investigation to a gun sting is already suspicious. But now MPD stories that they opened fire on Jalal and killed him at a gun sale they orchestrated with the help of a bogus informant in a busy gas station parking lot located in a residential neighborhood. I shouldn't need to state that guilty people don't deserve to be murdered at the hands of the state either. As tweeted by Ilhan, just weeks before Jalal was killed by MPD, Baldazo fired multiple rounds at the police and was apprehended alive. Yet Jalal lays dead, riddled with bullets. We know the police can and do make arrests without killing people. When they don't, it's our duty to ask why and find answers. The night of his murder, a search warrant for Jalal Eid's last known residence was signed by the same judge that is overseeing the George Floyd trial. The informant had claimed authorities would find weapons at his home. The raid was completed and no weapons were found. I made quite a few observations from the raid video that didn't sit right with me. We have officers coming into the home, refusing to tell the family what the raid is for and refusing to show the father the warrant. They refused to let one of the daughters record. They refused to let one of the women help her special needs son downstairs. They handcuffed the family with their hands in the front, which is already unnecessary, but insist the oldest boy, who's 18, have his hands cuffed in the back. Still refusing to inform the family about what's going on, law enforcement investigators are seen on video laughing with each other while a confused family is handcuffed in their own home, about to find out that their loved one has been murdered by the same people who they know to protect and serve. Nothing about this murder, home raid, body camera footage sits right with me. Officials are being extremely vague about this, like that doesn't tell us enough. I have seen MPD and the BCA cover up murders like this time and time again, so nothing surprises me anymore. But Jalal Eid did not deserve to die. His life matters, and it's important to keep pushing for transparency and justice.
Thank you.
Justice for
Again,
Jalal.
I am very grateful for the passion. This is a young woman, as me being an older black woman, and just having this young, beautiful black young woman come forward, and she even gathers and brings all the youth out. I'm very appreciative of that. So thank you so much, Isis. Thank you for giving education to this story. I have Jelani and also Mohammed from CARES Minnesota, and also Tom. We're going to have Tom speak as well, and then we're going to have John McCullough come forward with a message, the speech. But I first want to, now that it's a little bit more people here, I want to give respect to Jalal's father, who is here, who has his boots on the ground after they just killed his son a couple months ago. They just murdered his son, came, ransacked his home, you know, and I talked to this father on the phone, and all I can think about is the fact that he said the rest of his children are traumatized. You know what I'm saying? As I have a son that is traumatized from knowing that his father was in the dumpster. You know, so this is, they don't just kill our loved ones and everybody moves on. They kill our loved ones and then they traumatize our families. We got to remember that part too. So I would like, out of respect, to bring forth Jalal's father, who's been out here very passionate, fighting for his son after he was just killed 80 days ago. Thank you.
Thank you all. I really appreciate everyone who is looking to support the justice. As we hear, the last several days we were also just struggling to get the justice, and we never get any answer at all with the government, with the state, with the city of Miami. And when the case, the court of county with almost 67 days, and the guy who was taking the case, he was saying, I am retired. Why, when he was taking the case, he knew he gonna be retired. Why he take?
Right.
Because the system it work like that. And that's why I was saying last Friday, the system is vampire. And sucking our children the blood. And when they wanted it, example of this, okay, our governor, when he wanted to run to the office, he was saying one, I will change the system. I will stop the police brutality. Is there any change?
No.
No. Okay, what do you think of Church of Floyd? All the world was showing him, watching him when they was killing in the streets. And after that, they was saying, no, he was a drug abuser. No.
That's bullshit.
You see how the system is lying. Why that the man who was killed at George Floyd? Okay, as I hear, he killed 4 people before that. Do you know that, guys? Why he have the uniform and make the search? Because he was a murderer. They have to stop him and take the uniform for that.
Right.
We don't know. My son was who killed. They was saying it was so many licenses. They was saying it was the female who was in the car, his girlfriend. They was saying she was a police undercover. They was saying it was Latinos.
Nobody knows.
You see how many lies they was saying? As I heard, my son went, he got a kid. They need to call 911. Within 35 minutes, he was just laid down there. Because why would they do that? Because they don't care. They don't know if he's a human or not. And what we wanted is not only the system, it's not only the police who was killing our youth or our children. It is the system and the police, they work together. How the guy who killed someone still have a uniform.
Right.
And doing yourselves. How many people you gonna kill? How many people he was killed? Well, that's what I wanted. I want to say. Well, there's what 3 things I was mentioned earlier. We are black. So what if we are black? Are we criminal or color? Oh no, fucking shit, no, hell no.
Say that.
We are not that.
Say that.
We are not. We are human. We need to leave this world, and this is our country. We don't have somewhere else to go. We will stay. We will stay and we will fight until we get our justice. We will get the justice. And so, police will have children, have a wife, have a family. He don't want his family get killed. Why he wanted to kill our children? Why they want to kill us? Why? We have a question and we don't have answer. And so what I want to say, we don't want no more women cry. We need a peace and we need to stick together and fight. I don't care how long it takes. I will never, never, never shut my mouth, and I will never stop my struggle until I get a justice for my son. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
We got your back.
Y'all heard what he said? He's not going to be quiet until he gets justice for his son. And that's what I said. When I leave this earth one day, I won't be the woman that kept her mouth closed. Y'all won't remember me for that. Because when it's human lives, when black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. When Native lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. Thank you. So we have two speakers from CARES Minnesota, and we have Tom, and then we have John McCollum, who's going to give a speech. Then Tucson should be arriving to lead the march. So just giving you guys a little timeline. But I just wanted to let you guys know. So I'm going to ask Tom to come up, and then we'll have, and also Native Lives Matter as well. But we may stop in the middle of the march and have you guys speak. Because we definitely want to acknowledge the stolen land that we're standing on, which is the Native land that was stolen before they, came and stole us and brought us and brutalized us here. This was somebody else's land that they brought us to. So we want to always respect and give acknowledgement to Native Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Bashiro. So some of you guys know I've been arrested a few times lately. So the last time they arrested me on a warrant that they gave me no opportunity to turn myself in on, the only officer to have a gun on me was the only black officer present. Dalal hadn't been dead for a month, and I swear they were hoping for a chance to kill me and use a black officer as an example to send some kind of sick message. And then keep in mind, the only officer to be convicted for killing someone in Minnesota was a black officer who killed a white woman. Part of the reason I'm sharing this is because after that arrest, I was housed 2 cells over from Dalal's brother. Now, when the body cam footage of the shooting and the raid on the house were circulating the news, the guards purposely moved Dalal's brother to a cell right in front of the TV and cranked up the volume. They also tried to entice him with any prescription he needs to try to fuck with his head and fog his consciousness. Fortunately, he's a strong young man, and he did not allow any of them to get to him. He always had our block laughing and joking around, and so he told me that he spoke to Dalal on the phone from jail just a few hours before he was killed. Dalal was excited about some upcoming opportunities in his life, and the conversation ended with, be safe out there. So since I've been out, I've been trying to raise some commissary funds for Dalal's brother. I just launched some t-shirts through my company, True to 7 Apparel. I'm working with the Minnesota Uprising Arrestee Support and Red Aid, and we're working together to raise commissary funds for as many of our people enslaved by the system as possible. So, Dale, my brother, you're now part of a group we call the Justice Families, and I've been fortunate to have had the opportunities to share the true stories of hundreds of people killed by the police all over the country and help honor them the best I can. So I can tell you right now that even though the pain of losing your son will be with you forever, there are thousands of people out there who don't just have your back, we are your back.
Right.
Something about fathers losing sons to the police really hits hard for me. The first time I was ever invited to speak at an event for someone killed by the police, it was for a family whose 17-year-old son was brutally murdered by an officer named Jonathan Frost. And seeing Devin Guilford's father hurt the way he did, it hurt me to the core too. So if nothing else, you'll never have to hurt alone, and you'll never have to fight for justice for either of your sons alone either. Like I said before, we are your back. So as far as I'm concerned, if being part of the Noisy Five means I went out and told not only MPD but all cops that their terrorism will not be tolerated and that we will never stop fighting for justice as loud as I motherfucking could. So as usual, it's become like my normal thing now. I'm gonna end with fuck 12, fuck the police, all cops are bitches, and all power to the people.
And you know what? calls that upon themselves. The narrative when people say fuck the police, they've caused that. You know, they've hurt us. They've hurt our families. They've hurt our communities. We're only going off the pain that's been inflicted to us. You know, people get upset or get mad when people express their hurt, but you inflicted that hurt. Your co-workers inflicted that hurt. Your co-workers that you know murdered somebody in the street, and you stood there and watched, okay? You knew about it. You helped cover up that murder, okay? So when we say fuck the police, it's because we're expressing our pain. This is pain that you're hearing that's been inflicted upon the people. So if the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. And I like to say, I will probably say this twice, but this is my favorite speech. We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to win. We have a duty to win. We must love and support one another. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to win. We have a duty to win. We must love and support one another. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. 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 All power to the people. Thank you. We're going to have Jelani from Cares Minnesota. He's been a very, very strong supporter to Delah's father and to the entire family. Give it up for Jelani.
Thank you, Delcia. Just kidding. I still haven't returned from the meeting. Delcia. Amazing mothers who are fighting for their loved ones. I want to start off by greeting you all with a greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And peace and blessings be upon you all. It's my honor to be with you all, and I'm really glad to see so many of you come out and continue to come out. I want to just be really frank with all of you about this case. They're abandoning Delah Eid's case right now. It's been now over 60 days, almost 80 days now, and first of all, that Jack Backstrom, who is the county prosecutor for Dakota County, chose to take this case. And I think he chose to take this case because he believes that the immigrant community, the Muslim community, are not going to get supported. And the reason why is because when Isaac Aiden was killed in Egan by nearly 100 cops on the scene and shot and killed this young man, Backstrom took that case, refused to meet with us, and did not find any charges. And then he takes the next case of another Somali immigrant family's young one. And not only that, but then he retires before he even takes on the case. I personally believe this is an insult to all of us. But it's also a continuation of what's been happening in this country for far so long. Many of us, we only show up when we hear about the loved ones that are either on TV or we're filmed. But the reality is it's been happening for far too long to too many families who've never gotten the type of attention that many families today are getting. And so I want you to know right now that we have asked, and the reason why we're in front of Governor Walz's house is we're asking the governor to assign a special prosecutor, just as he did in the George Floyd case, and to take this matter away from Backstrom's office, who now we don't even know who's running that office, and to actually handle this case. Many of us know this system is built this way to protect police officers when they kill people. Any other system corrects the clear conflict of interest that exists. I'll give you an example. Most lawyers, if they have had any dealings with someone that you're trying to sue, they will tell you, oh, I cannot be involved in the case because there's a conflict. But when an officer shoots and kills somebody, the same attorney who is working with him for years, who uses him as a witness to carry on whatever they're doing, is the same one who's asked to prosecute. That is wrong. And that ain't right. But that is how this system is being created. And it's producing the same result that it's intended to be created for. So while the entire world is coming to watch the Chauvin trial, the murder of George Floyd, in 8 minutes and 46 seconds, there are other families who are grieving who have not gotten justice, and including right now Dalal Eid's case. How dare that the mayor and the city council come forward talking about that they're fighting for justice, and they have not responded to the family of Dalal Eid. That ain't right, and that is wrong, and that's the hypocrisy that we have seen over and over and over. And it's the same type of politicians who knock on our doors in the summer asking for us to vote for them, and when we ask them to pass legislations, they refuse to work with us. That is the hypocrisy of the political system that we are living in today. And the reality is, because if we are united, we can definitely call these people into check. We can no longer be the people that are united in resistance, but divided in passing real legislation to bring justice to this country, to our state. So I'm going to ask you something. Many of us continue to show up to these protests, and we need to. We need to continue to protest every single day, because it's about our lives, it's about the safety, it's about all of us. But I'm going to ask you, the second thing we need to do is, I need your voice. I need you to stand for Dalal's family. I need you to do more than just protest. I need you to make it very difficult for the politicians to know that Dalal Eid has a lot of people supporting him. And that means you need to call your state legislator, you need to call that mayor, you need to call the city council, you need to call these people until they cannot freaking have a day. Their phones should not be operating. They should be putting it away, because people are calling them. And if they knock on our doors, it is time we come back and knock on their freaking doors. Because we are tired of broken promises in this country. And if anybody knows about broken promises, it is the Native American community. They have been lied to over and over and over. And the reality is, this fight has been happening since the day white people landed on some parts of this country. But it's not all white people, because I'm going to tell you something. The majority of people are good. The majority of people are good in this country. But we have allowed it, the haters and the police public relations departments, to out-organize us and to make us look like fools. Because we continue to be silent and we continue to be reactionary. Stop being reactionary. Let's be on the offensive game. Let's be proactive. And that requires you getting out your phone and calling people. It's getting out your talking to your legislator and making it very difficult for them. Very difficult for them to have a day until they bring justice. Because we are standing on the shoulders of people who did that. This is a movement that has existed for a very long time. And it's people like you who continue to show up in every generation and every time and stand against state violence. This is what we are fighting. We are fighting state-sanctioned violence against our own people. And if you're wondering how the police have been created, the police have been created to criminalize and target people of color. And I'm going to tell you why. If you don't believe it, I'm going to tell you why. There was a bombing that happened in Tennessee. In downtown Tennessee, in a major city of the United States. A man blew up a downtown. If the law enforcement were doing their job, they would have stopped that bombing.
But because he was a white man, they didn't care. A lot of people reported to the police that the guy was making bombs. Think about that. If the law enforcement were going to do their job, they would have stopped that. But go to Minneapolis, go to Eastside St. Paul, see how they're hovering in our neighborhoods. See how they're hovering in our neighborhoods, hunting us down instead of serving the people. So I'm going to tell you something. It is time we stand up. It is time we take safety in our own hands. It is time we realize we are the majority and we are the voice. So I'm going to tell you something right now. I want you to pull out your phone right now. We have 8 bills we are trying to pass in the House right now in the state of Minnesota. And these bills, if they would have passed a long time ago, we would have had an independent prosecution. We would have had 48 hours. They would have released all those videos, right? And many other bills that would have been immediately calling out police and police accountability. So pull your phone out, text 612-200-2550. So that's the number, and then you're going to text the number 8 because there's 8 bills. 612-200-2550. And then text the number 8. And then you're going to get an automatic link. And that link, you pull your information in, and you immediately see who is representing you, first of all. Some of you don't even know who is representing you. You see who's representing you. And second, you can send them an email through that, and it will go directly to them, letting them know you stand behind these families, and you stand behind real legislation and passing some real policies. There's a lot of people think we are protesting aimlessly. No. We are protesting with a purpose. And we are continuing to doing that. And so right now, the police departments are already pitching their positive stories. They're already trying to undermine everything that we're doing. They're calling our movement out with all kinds of things. But I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people in America woke up after George Floyd was killed. A lot of people in America woke up, and a lot of people here in Minnesota woke up. And I'm going to tell you something. I haven't seen this in a long time. We are outnumbered by a lot of youth right now. There's a lot of youth. Just look around right now. There's a lot of youth right now. There's a lot of youth right now. And my message to youth is very simple. You're braver than us. You're braver than us. And this is about your future. It's about the unborn children who are going to suffer the same legacy issues. We can't keep marching, folks. We can't keep protesting. We need to make real change happen, and we can do that. We just got to bond together and come together. So this is a chance for the youth. It's time for you to lead us. It's time for you to lead us and show us that you care. There should be a movement in every single high school in the state of Minnesota demanding for justice. And you guys need to be putting pressure. But I'm going to tell you something. When you get your white friends and the people of color and all of you coming out, you can make a big difference in the state of Minnesota. So organize in your high school, in every classroom, bring out George Floyd's name, bring out Dalal Eid's name, make sure every teacher, every principal knows you are organizing for justice because you care about your future. You care about your neighbor. You care about the people living around you. And you care about safety. It takes a little bit of effort. It takes a little bit. We can move mountains, y'all. We can move mountains. But we can't do it through hurt. We got to do it through being boots on the ground and being progressive and moving forward. So take that number, make sure every single person knows, and we can get as many people across the state to let their legislators know that there's a lot of people who care about these bills. There's a lot of people who care about progress. And for Jack Baxter and the governor and the mayor and the rest of them, we need to let them know there is an entire people behind Dalal Eid's family. And we are going to continue to come out. We are continuing to march. We are going to continue to protest until we get justice. And I'm going to tell you something about justice. Justice is not something that is easy to get. Because everywhere you look, there are barricades. It ain't just downtown. Everywhere you look, there are barricades. But once we take down all of those barricades, that justice will have an impact on all of us, not just some of us, all of us. We want the system to work for all of us. And be cautious, because white supremacy is on the rise. It's on the rise, and law enforcement ain't gonna do nothing about it. What we saw in Atlanta to our Asian brothers and sisters, it's been happening for a long time. Asian American exclusion has been happening for a long time in this country. It ain't new. It didn't just start yesterday.
That's right.
Japanese Americans were incarcerated in this country and treated horribly. This is not new. This country has created state violence sanctioned by its government taxpayer dollars over and over and over through different people, through the Native Americans, to the Asian community, to the Japanese community, to the black community since inception. It is time we end that together. Join us. Be a powerful voice. Don't wait for somebody to tell you what to do. Every single one of you knows what to do. Talk to your faith group, if you're in church or your mosque. Talk to your class if you're in school. Talk to your neighborhood group. Talk to your neighbors. Talk to people. Let's continue to fight together and let Minnesota be a beacon of hope. A beacon of hope. 612-200-2550 and then press 8. Send 8 to it. And you're going to get that link. Click on it and fill that form and make sure other people are doing that right now. That's an easy way for you. We made it easier so you can directly let them know. But I'm gonna end with this because I've been taking a lot of space and I apologize. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's getting tiring. It's getting tiring because what we're seeing is that, I know it's getting warm now, we're gonna come out, and it's not just about the George Floyd trial. We really need to build a movement right now, a movement that is going to last and is going to take care of the lost the families and all of those stolen lives, but a movement that is going to deliver on justice for all of us. And so with that, I want to echo this to all of you. Please, this is the moment now. There is no other moment. And many of you, I say this all the time, many of you think that, you would be standing with Dr. King and Malcolm X, and well, guess what? If you ain't standing right now and you watching through YouTube or you're watching through Facebook or you're just one of those people just sharing it, you probably wouldn't be standing with them either. They wouldn't be standing with them either. There's a lot of people who look like Dr. King who didn't stand with him. There's a lot of people who gave excuses. There was a lot of people who acted like they were better. There was a lot of people who said, wait. There was a lot of people who had excuses. But there was a lot of people who also marched. There was a lot of people who stood up and they were hosed and they were beaten and they were killed. But they did that for us. We now have to do it for the generations that are unborn yet. We need to demand justice by any means necessary.
Yeah, my brother, he going along, but he's passionate about what he's talking about. He's passionate, and again, we thank you guys for being passionate enough and being out here. So when black lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When Native lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Boots!
Boots! Boots on the ground. We're here. We're here to shut this shit down. Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground. We're here. We're here to shut this shit down. Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground. We're here. We're here to shut this shit down.
Yes, we shut this shit down. Because I keep killing people in the street. And I'm glad that you guys found the time to come and listen today. Because you need to listen to the pain that the community is in based upon the institution that you work for. You work for an institution that is guilty and shedding blood on the street and killing people unjustly. We don't hate police, but if you're doing wrong, and it doesn't matter what your profession is, if you're not doing the right thing, and you're hurting human beings, we cannot stand for that. We cannot go along with that any longer. Enough is enough. So thank you for being here to listen to your community. Because I'm going to say everything I want to say. I was quiet long enough. And it's time for y'all to listen to the people. You serve us. We pay you. We pay you. And you are a part of an institution that's have hurt the people. So I hope that you guys are good. I hope that you guys are doing the right thing. I hope when you see your partner doing the wrong thing, that you tell him to get his knee out the man's fucking neck.
That's right.
That you tell him that was wrong, man. Don't do that. Get up. Not because of your title, but because you are a human being that's standing for human life. And if you are that person, then I stand with you. Now we're going to call forward a man that was tired of this system, tired of seeing the injustices, so he decided to run for office. And God put him in the seat. And nobody gonna take him out. Because he's put in there for a reason and a purpose. But they end up giving this man hell. So we're gonna be protesting their ass as soon as we figure out who's giving them hell too. So I'm gonna call for my brother, John Thompson.
And I had 3 topics, just real brief. And I had to do this. I wanted to hold trial today for Officer Derek Chauvin. And can y'all be my jury? The officer is charged with being a murderous, racist, white police officer. And right now, what we're doing now, and I want y'all to be the jury, he's being convicted today of murdering George Floyd. And every officer that was with him, guilty. Guilty. Do y'all remember the verdict? What's the verdict? Okay, so I sentence you to every day of your life with the George Floyd family. And they can do whatever they want to do to you, because that's what you did to George Floyd. Alright? So that's how they put a jury together, just like I did, right now. Y'all be my jury. What's the verdict? We sentence you to whatever George Floyd family want to do to you, because that's what you did to George Floyd. Alright, here's my second topic. Be careful with some of these media outlets out here, because some of them ain't really real. They don't call us what we really are. They call us Antifa and what's the other word? Domestic terrorists. They call me a domestic terrorist. That's the new carrying cry for a white man to call a black man standing up for injustice racist. How dare you? You are guilty. And we want to sentence you to what the community want to do to you. Oh yeah, I'm talking about Alpha News and all the other irregular media outlets who call us protesters Antifa. I ain't never heard of Antifa. Ain't no damn Antifa. I'm a black man sick of white people killing us. Oh, John not supposed to talk like that because he's a legislator. I'm sick of being out here in the first place. And if you tired of hearing my voice, stop giving me a reason to be out here. Black people keep losing their lives over and over and over and over. Look at all these pictures of black people dead. And you got the nerve to call black people racist for calling out white supremacy? How dare you?
Right.
We recognize the new carrying cry come out of white men's mouths. You can't call me a racist because I have a racist bone in my body. They can't call you Antifa because you ain't never burned down nothing. They can't call you a doggone terrorist because you standing right here with the people. They can't call you nothing. You're a lawyer and I'm a damn legislator.
That's right. Woo.
They told me this is the way to do it. They told me, John, this is the way to do it. Stop marching up and down the street and go and be the change you want to see. And I'm still catching the same hell as a legislator. It didn't change. The structure, the system here in the state is racist. Y'all think the Constitution racist? Pick up the Constitution of the state of Minnesota. It's more racist than the doggone United States Constitution. I just learned that. I want you to go and get it. Go look at the Minnesota Constitution. There's provisions in the Constitution that say that you can't even buy a house in certain neighborhoods if you do because of the color of your skin.
That's right.
Let me keep on moving. I know you said be brief. I'll be brief, but I'm sick of standing here being called names. And here I am in 2021 saying the same thing that Martin Luther King was asking for, and you shot him in the face. Here I am in 2021 asking for the same thing Malcolm X was asking for, and you shot him in the face. I see you recording me. I hope you're getting a good picture. Because Because if the system that you work for, wouldn't allow for brothers to be killed, it would be no reason for me or you to be out here. And until you call that out, until you call out your partner who kicking black men in the teeth and saying it's wrong, your doggone profession will always be challenged. Here's the third thing. I listen to the racist Bob Crow. I listen to the racist Bob Crow. Say if you want to beat the system, get your people in it. He said if you want to beat police accountability boards, oversight committees, then you need to fill your people well in the legislature. So my challenge to you is the next time it's an election, all y'all put your name on the ballot. Challenge these fools running these seats 22, 32 years uncontested. They get my facial expressions, they get my loud voice, and then they make a video and remix and say, look at this domestic terrorist that Governor Tim Walz endorsed. Tim Walz know the truth when he see it. He know the truth when he see it. I am the truth. Last thing, I talked to my brother Fred Hampton Jr., the son of Fred Hampton. I talk to my call on the phone every day. So in the words of the great Fred Hampton Jr., you can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill a revolution. This is the revolution. This is the reality. 2021, we not going back to 1970 no more. Y'all gonna quit sicking the dogs on us. Y'all gonna quit putting all these barbed wire fences up talking about you protecting the city. You know what the verdict gonna be. We already told you he's guilty. What was the verdict again? Guilty. He'll be sentenced to whatever George Floyd said he want to do with you. That's right. Yeah, that's what a jury of our peers look like. You're already guilty in our eyes. We don't even need to have a trial. My friend's blood leaked on the doggone streets of Lofton. I sat in the courtroom and watched the same thing. 12 jurors said, not guilty. I watched Rodney King get beat. 12 jurors said, not guilty. When Rodney King got beat like that, bro, y'all know how many years? That was over 30 years ago. People were in the streets saying that we were wrong. You're not wrong. Are you crazy? You know what's happening is white supremacy, racism is on his last leg here. That's right. Keep your foot on their neck. That's right. Hey man, I promise y'all, I'm not saying this just to say this, and I hate to weird y'all out, but I'm probably gonna die doing exactly what I'm doing right here, standing up for my people. And if you ain't for that, then you don't need to be out here. You're not ready to die for your people. You don't need to be out here. I got the Stillwater chapter of the Proud Boys calling me. I got the Oath Keepers of doggone White Center calling me, emailing me, want to kill me and my 11-year-old son for studying. I got to come in here masked up, hooded up, nobody know who I am. And they calling me. Let me ask you this. Did I just shoot up a whole doggone Asian shop? Did I? Who was that?
White.
Did I blow up a mosque? Who was that?
White guy.
So tell me who the real white supremacists, who the terrorists is, who the domestic terrorists is, because all I got is my voice. That's all I got. I don't have no AI, I don't have no bulletproof vest. All I got is my voice. And I use it to the day I die. I know I'm going to die doing this for my people. And if it ain't about the people, get your ass up out of here. Man, listen. I know they're going to remix every word I said. It's going to be on the blogs and everything, and ain't nobody going to even take it up for me. But I want to share this with y'all. If I don't say it, who going to say it? If I don't do it, who going to do it? And if not me, then who? Man, I love y'all. I don't even know some of y'all, but I love y'all. I'm sick of seeing y'all out here putting boots on the ground. And these people fighting against the system. Listen, we doing all this to protect the police. The police. How about you take the system, blow it up, start over again? How about that? How about you take the system, blow it up, start over again? You have white supremacists who have infiltrated police stations all across this doggone state. They got the nerve to call me racist. How am I racist? I don't hate white people. I don't hate black people. I hate racist idiots and bullshit. Listen, they spent millions of dollars. I swear this is it. They spent millions of dollars on barbed wire fences, barricades, millions of dollars. Then ask for $38 million just in case the verdict go wrong to send extra police here. How about you pump $38 million into our community? How about you get us some culturally competent teachers, some culturally competent mental health professional workers? How about you get us some people in our community resource centers, the things we need, so we don't have the need for over-policing in our community? How about that? How about that? Because brothers and sisters don't eat, and crime don't exist until you stop under-investing in our doggone communities. There's some brothers and sisters who didn't get a $1,400 stimulus check. They got to go and steal a bottle of American Whip and a loaf of bread out of the doggone stove. Am I wrong? I just want change. Y'all don't see me out here with y'all no more because they said, John, you got a voice. Take your voice and use it. Okay, so I take my voice to the state capitol. I win the election. DFL into it, governor into it. Now all of a sudden I got racist white people calling me the problem. I'm the solution to my community's problem. I hope I'm inspiring most of y'all. I hope I'm inspiring people who ain't never grabbed this microphone before. Come get this doggone microphone. Let your voice be heard. It's some soldiers out here. We need y'all in this army. Brother said this: don't let somebody knock on your door every year asking you to vote for them, and then you just don't say nothing to them. That's like bass apples. I'm serious. This man had a seat 22 years uncontested and was comfortable giving us nothing, and he was comfortable giving us nothing because y'all weren't giving him nothing. Man, if y'all don't bug these legislators, bug the governor, bug the mayor of both cities, every city council, school board, everybody that has power over the money being spent in this damn city, state, and county, stay on their ass. I love y'all, man. If I didn't believe saying I love y'all, I'd be hypocritical. The reason I do this is because I love y'all, man. My family's life is on the line. People are threatening my family, my kids, my son. I can't even come out here and politic with y'all without the fear of a white supremacist walking up on me and blowing my damn brains out for talking this real shit. I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. Hey, we have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to win. We must love and support each other.
We must love and support each other.
Fist up, fist up, fist up, fist up, fist up. We must love and support each other.
We must love and support each other.
We must love and support each other.
We must love and support
Hey,
each other.
we have nothing to lose but our goddamn change.
We have nothing to lose but our goddamn
We have nothing to lose but our change. We have a duty to fight for our freedom. We have a duty to win. We must love and support each other.
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 I like the way that sounds. We must love and support each other.
We must love and support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our goddamn change.
We have nothing to lose but our goddamn change.
All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Let my brothers get it out. Right. You know, they've been already, and one thing about it too, he said, all he got is his voice. These people got guns, all kinds of stuff. They shooting us and shooting the agriculture, you know, and brutalizing, and all he has is his voice. As a strong black man, I'm gonna try to hear this, my brothers. As a strong, okay. I understand. As strong black brothers, look, they say they in trouble now. As strong black brothers, all they have is their voices. That's all they have. This system has been strategic at trying to belittle black men, down to making them sit on the curb when they pull them over. All that type of shit, you know? That's why I'm standing up as a black woman, saying, no, you will not do that to my son. You will not do that to my brother. You will not do that to my friend. You will not do that. That's why I'm out here putting my life on the line. Because just as much as John has fear, that's the same type of fear that I have had to feel as a black woman. After they stole the protector out of my home. Well, guess what? I'm fighting through the fear now. I'm fighting through the fear. I can no longer be scared to stand up for what I know in my heart is right. I can't do that. And what is worth living if it's not worth dying for? It is what it is. Like I always say, they gotta do what they gotta do, and I gotta do what the fuck I gotta do. You got your back? So if the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If justice don't get it, shut it down. If justice don't get it, shut it down. If Demetrius don't get it, shut it down. If Jeffrey don't get it, shut it down. If Isaac don't get it, shut it down. If Travis don't get it, shut it down. If Ardell don't get it, shut it down. If Orlando don't get it, shut it down. If Jamar don't get it, shut it down. Okay, we're gonna have. I'm gonna ask if Native Lives Matter come forward. We're gonna have John McCollum do my favorite speech, the message, and then we're gonna start on our march. We will have a few other speakers in the middle of the march, and Tucson should be here by then. Sorry, I gotta slow down now to Tucson get here. And again, these are our natives. Lives matter. We have to always show respect for them because we're standing on their land right now. We're standing on their land that was stolen, and then their people was brutalized, killed, tortured. They're still being brutalized and tortured. And I want to say, we figured out who the problem is. We figured it out. It's white supremacists. They're attacking black people, native people, Hispanic people, Asian people, and even poor white people. So what we need to do is the good white people with the good hearts, the Hispanics, blacks, natives, and Asians, get together and we gotta get rid of their ass. We do. We have to get rid of these white supremacists. Even if we gotta lock their ass up, I don't know what we gotta do. But we figured out who the problem is. So now it's time to move, now that we figured out who the problem is. Thank you guys. Native Lives Matter. Give it up, everybody.
Hey everybody, this weekend we're mourning the loss of one of our indigenous brothers from Standing Rock, so I want to get you guys to say his name. His name is Ryan White Mountain. Can I get you guys to say his name? Ryan White Mountain. Justice for who? Ryan White Mountain. Justice for who? Ryan White Mountain. Justice for who? Ryan White Mountain. We're also mourning the loss of another indigenous brother up in Anchorage, Alaska. His name is Jesse Peter. Jesse Peter. Can I get you guys to say his name? Jesse Peter. Justice for who? Jesse Peter. Justice for who? Jesse Peter. Justice for who? Jesse Peter. And we also lost another one on Wednesday. His name is David Suarez. And he's from Spirit Lake. Can I get you guys to say his name? David Suarez. David Suarez. Justice for who? David Suarez. Justice for who? David Suarez. I just wanted to come up and say real quick that I got some bracelets for sale. We're trying to raise money to go and support the family of Ryan White Mountain. Their family is asking for an action to address the BIA police who murdered him last weekend. So I got some bracelets for sale. If you guys want to donate for a trip, we're going to be going for overnight. It looks like it's going to be a caravan of us. That would really help us out, and we appreciate your guys' help.
We got your back.
My name is Gabriel. I'm one of the organizers for Native Lives Matter. I'm also here representing my brother Paul Castaway, who was killed by the police in Colorado.
Justice for Paul Castaway! Justice for Paul!
Thank you. So one of the things I did want to come up and wanted to talk about what some of you guys don't know is that there's a such thing called gang stalking. It happens to justice families after they lose a loved one to police. So after what happened with the Lil Eve's family, the cops came out, I knew that they were I knew that something was going to happen because they don't quit. So there is a thing called gang stalking, The doctors and the police like to put a label on it, and they think they call it schizophrenia. The bullshit. We know what the fuck's going on outside our home. We see that shit. We see these motherfuckers parking outside of our house, following us in the goddamn store, taking pictures of us, filming us, all for what? To make us walk away from the lawsuit? Fuck that shit.
Say that.
No, fuck that. We ain't, you know, it's too much. But we ain't gonna, we're gonna keep getting louder and louder and louder to these motherfuckers, which they are already.
You got your bag?
Yeah, we sick of the shit. Fuck 12. Fuck 12 and place. Fuck 12 anyway. You know, I am one of those family members that is pissed the fuck off because of what happened. You know, the police, they killed my brother and then they killed the dog. We see that shit. You know, we're sick of that fucking shit. We're sick of it. And when we come up here and we're fuck the police, man, we mean that shit. Fuck the police! Fuck the whole system too, man, because we're sick of this fucking shit. It ain't working for nobody but them. We're going to stand in solidarity with Bilal Eid's father. With Bilal Eid, as they march these streets. We will forever say his name. We will forever be in solidarity with the family. When I say justice for, you guys say Bilal Eid. Justice for? Bilal Eid! Justice for? Bilal Eid! Justice for? Bilal Eid! Justice for? Bilal Eid! Fuck 12! 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 And justice for Isaac Hayden too. We stand in solidarity with the Somalian community. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Okay, now we're gonna start our march, but first, before we go, we're gonna have John McClellan say favorite speech to the message. We're gonna take off on our march. We're gonna have a few speakers in the mid of the march. Everybody give it up for John McClellan. And he works on our legislation for the family.
Hello. My name is Jonathan McClellan with the Minnesota Justice Coalition. We're part of a collective of organizations here in the state of Minnesota to advance legislation here in St. Paul as well as in Washington, D.C. The revolution will not be televised, but it will be live streamed. The following speech I wrote the day after George Floyd was murdered and critiqued along the way to what it is today. This speech has made its way around our country, our state, and is now here and carries a message. I was watching a hearing in the Minnesota Senate where you had police officers talking about how their feelings were hurt. How they thought they were in a war in Minneapolis, one, mind you, where they were sitting on the top of the roof of the 3rd precinct, laughing while they were shooting rubber bullets and tear gas canisters at people's faces and crotches. They went on to say that some police officers even contemplated suicide. I have to ask myself, how are these psychologically compromised individuals allowed to be cops? Because if they don't care about themselves, how are they supposed to care about anybody else? Their feelings are hurt, and we have families here who are dealing with the murder of a loved one at the hands of the police, and they're here fighting for justice. I was in a social media discussion, and one of the naysayers kept speaking on property damage, the burned buildings, the looting. He even posted photos. But I did not see what he saw. I saw the writing on the wall and the messages that read, "Can you hear us now?" My mind went to our history in the 1960s, Bloody Sunday, when our struggle brought into America, and that's what it took to wake up a nation. Martin Luther King Jr., who gave his life for a dream, and that dream is in each and every one of us. The question is, what are you going to do with that dream? Because a lot of people want an illusion because the reality can't be. But on May 25th, that reality was shattered, and here we are awakening a conscience and fighting to get that off our neck. This past summer, I had the privilege to spend the day with Martin Luther King III. the son of the late Dr. King Jr. and his family. This was an honor to me. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is an inspiration to me and many others around the world, so this time that I spent with his family was all the more special. You see, Dr. Martin Luther King said that our lives begin to end the day that we become silent about the things that matter, end quote. Every time we witness the murder, modern-day lynching of a person of color, it is the scene of a cracking of the whip, saying, "You better stay in line, expletive, or this will happen to you." All the while, we fear for our children being raised in a society where politicians can make false promises for votes and photo ops, the people sworn to protect us, violate their oaths, all at the expense of our bodies and our blood. We have to change, and we need justice, and we need leadership to be right alongside with us and demonstrating integrity behind the scenes when crafting policy and holding people accountable for their actions or inaction. I ask you, how much blood, how many persons of color, how many poor people have to die for your thirst to be quenched? I ask you all not to be silent, because when we are silent, evil does, and history has shown that it will fill the void. And to my elected, appointed officials and oath takers, especially the ones who fail to speak up or who perpetuate the status quo, you either are with the people or you are with the institution. Whenever something like this happens, no matter where in our country this happens, we feel it and we are affected. And to my white community, do not be the white moderate who thinks we should wait for a better season or a better time. The time is now, and you must take a side. The side of accountability, equality, and justice for all, or the side of the status quo, of division, brutality, and privilege. We are all watching. The world is watching. The batons of movements for equality and justice have been passed down, and I assure you, we are up to the challenge. We will not stop. We will not waver. We will not forget. We will fight until equality and justice has been realized. So I will end in the words of the spirit of Martin Luther King: justice delayed is justice denied. Rest in peace to all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and still are awaiting justice.
Thank you. We're going to get ready and start the march, everybody. We're just going to go around the block, around this governor's mansion. And so we're just going to get ready and get going. So, boom! So everybody start forming so we can shake that way and so we can just go around. Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground! We're here to shut the shit down! Boots! Boots!
We're here to shut the shit down! Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground! We're here to shut the shit down! Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground! We're here to shut the shit down!
We started the alert group in the social medias just to make sure that, you know, we know what happened to each other in case something happened. So all of this should not have happened, but they're happening. So, and a lot of this is unfortunately motivated by the politically motivated propaganda or misinformation or scapegoating, whatever you wanted to say about it. And but you know, if you think of what we are, we're just like everybody else in the community. We work hard in our work, in our jobs. We're trying to be good neighbors, good friends, good parents. We're helping building up the community, and we're just like everybody else. So even during the pandemic, a lot of us, probably many of you don't know, is that a lot of us, since we're like Chinese Americans, we have our local connections with our Chinese friends. So many of us that I heard actually utilize their own resources to try to get personal protection equipment, to get them from China, and then send it over to the local community to help with the health workers and the frontline workers. So that's, you know, something, just one example of what we're trying to do and what we've been doing. But unfortunately, we're feeling increasingly unsafe every day. Like, for example, I wouldn't take my family to downtown for dinner recently just because of what happened. So I think this is something that we have to stop together. I think politics should not speak for our conscience. It should not speak for how we treat our friends and others in the community. I think we need to work together and work hard just to make sure that we don't accept any forms of discrimination or any profiling that's based on racial perception and hate crimes and scapegoating. And with that, I think that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity here, and thank you.
It's always a problem because I have to adjust the microphone for my height. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next, I'd like to invite Hana Yoon, who is representing the Korean American community today.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hana Yoon, President of the Korean American Association of Kentuckiana. I want to personally thank you, each and every one of you, for being here, and despite your busy schedules. I arrived here today after visiting the site of the recent shooting in Atlanta, Georgia. Though we may never know the true intention of this senseless violent act, we do know that we need more kindness in this world. We have lost members, our community sisters and brothers. On behalf of the Korean American living in Kentuckiana, we are here today to assure them, their family, our support. Such violent acts and threats, physical or verbal, do not have a place in our world, and neither does ignorance. Today, we speak out against hatred, discrimination, and violence. We as a community can no longer tolerate such behavior. We need to come together as one global community as that start today. Let's be kind to one another so that their deaths are not in vain. Thank you.
Thank you, Hana. I'd like to now invite Thao Tran, who is representing the Vietnamese community today. Good evening. My name is Thao. I am with the Vietnamese community of Louisville. I also would like to invite my two friends, Oeng and Tham, to come with me so that we can be in this together. So while I represent the Vietnamese community, what I'm about to present are our voices and our opinion. So they do not necessarily represent what our community may believe. There are over 8,000 of us. So from the Vietnamese community of Louisville to the families and victims of Atlanta shooting, we send our deepest sympathy and warmest condolences. Words alone are insufficient to express the sadness and anger we feel towards their death. May you find some comfort in knowing that you are not alone. Our entire community is grieving with you on your devastating losses. In Miss Kim, age 69, Miss Park, age 74, Miss Yu, age 63, we see our own mothers. These strong, resilient women made the ultimate sacrifice to leave everything they knew behind and come to a new land in hopes of providing better opportunities for their families. They worked hard every day in unglamorous jobs without complaints. They deserve to spend their golden years surrounded by loved ones and to enjoy the fruits of their labor. In Miss Grant, age 51, Ms. Tang, age 49, Ms. Fong, age 44, Ms. Yuan, age 33. We see ourselves, our sisters, and our friends. These smart, capable women started businesses, they created jobs, and added to the richness of our cultural fabric. They shoulder heavy burdens of their cultural tradition, responsibilities of extended families, and the daily demands of their careers. They deserve to be praised, to succeed, and to be happy. They did not deserve to die brutally at the hand of a racist murderer. Violence against Asian Americans is nothing new. A few years back, my father, who was 75, he survived 9 years in political prison in Vietnam. He was beaten by a group of teenagers, and he was found by a stranger in a parking lot a few steps from his house. My sister was shocked and terrified when a white man got a pedicure from her just so that he can touch himself, knowing that she was going to be alone. My friend's daughter said from the time she was 6 to 12, classmates poured their eyes and said ching chong and free fried rice, and many more. I can give you so many stories like these. So violence against Asian American is nothing new. It's just amplified by the pandemic and the political climate. So we've been approached and asked what can be done to prevent this from happening in the future. And I think the burden of dismantling an entire system of racism should not only fall on those that are oppressed, it should be on all of us together. So to our elected officials, know that your words have the power to influence positive changes, or it can hurt. So I hope you use them wisely. We need your commitment to create diverse and inclusive programs and policies. We ask that you take a strong stance against hate in all its form. To our friends and our allies, speak up against racism when you see them. A harmless joke, a sly remark, can fester into something ugly and deadly. We hope you take the time to listen and to allow space for our voices when we're hopeful and happy, as well as when we're hurt and when we're angry. We hope you take the time to befriend someone who looks, speaks, lives, worships, and votes differently from you. And most importantly, we hope you teach your children love. And then to our fellow Asian Americans, it is long overdue that we challenge the model minority myth. It is time we speak up and to advocate for ourselves, have difficult yet necessary conversations among ourselves and with our children, report racist behaviors, engage civically and politically, be at the table where decisions are being made. We need a reality that is not racist towards anyone, Black, brown, Latinx, all persons of colors, and not just Asians. And finally, to Robert Long and others like him, we are not responsible for your fucking bad day.
Wow. Thank you, Tao. I'd like to invite Joel Bruno to say a few words about the Crane House Asia Institute.
Good evening. Happy second day of spring, everyone. It's a beautiful day. First off, a big thank you to State Representative Nima Kulkarni for spearheading this vigil in such short notice. Thank you, Nima. You deserve it. Thank you. Also, thank you, community partners and friends, for joining us as we collectively honor the victims of the recent Atlanta area shootings. It is during these times that we, as a community, need to learn how to heal together and learn from the recent uptake of Asian and Asian American Pacific Islander violence. Everyone in our community deserves to be safe. What I have learned is that words have consequences. Asians and Asian Americans, we are not a virus, but have been a big contributing force to the United States since the mid-1800s. I hope you all join me in condemning any form of xenophobia and in honoring those we lost in Georgia. We can't say their names enough. Soon Chung Park, age 74. Hyun Jung Grant, age 51. Soon Sha Kim, age 69. Young Yu, age 63. Delana Ashley Yon, age 33. Paul Andres Michael, age 54. Zhao Ji Tan, age 49. And Dao Yang Feng, age 44. Let's live our lives well and mitigate any further incidences of Asian hate. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. I would like to now invite to the podium my friend and colleague, State Representative Attica Scott, who more than anyone fully understands the importance of solidarity between all of our communities if we are ever to truly move forward without leaving anyone behind.
Peace and blessings. This is hard. I feel like our communities stay in mourning. We're always mourning someone's death. So, I stand before you with a heavy heart. On Wednesday, the day after the horrific shootings in Georgia, my daughter asked me if there were any events planned in Louisville to honor the hate crimes victims. I didn't know, so I reached out to my colleague and friend, Representative Kulkarni, to ask her if she was aware of any planned events. She wasn't, and so she immediately got to work pulling together today's solidarity action. So love on Rep. Kulkarni again, please. She's our first ever and only Asian immigrant serving in our state legislature, and I know it's not easy for her at all. This is family. This is what it looks like to be deeply rooted in community and to be accountable to one another. While we may not all be in this together, because we are not, it's our community getting killed. We will get there together if we center equity and fairness and freedom and justice for all of us. When my daughter, my dear friend Shamika Parrish Wright, and her daughter Damiana and I went to Atlanta to canvass for a better future for all of us, we were doing so for our Asian siblings as well. I'm here because we have a long call to action ahead of us to end white racial hatred and violence. We keep giving white people excuses. They had a freaking bad day. We take them to Burger King to get food after they kill people in their churches. Language is a place of struggle, and it can be deadly. When our elected officials marginalize people with their words, when our elected officials rile up their base with the derogatory language and racial prejudices and stereotypes, we find ourselves crying out against violence directed at people who are Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and today, Asian. I'm tired of it. And I'm not taking it. I didn't take it yesterday. I'm not taking it today, and I'm not taking it tomorrow. And I have no interest in your oppression Olympics. We are dying. No one is dying any worse than anybody else. We are all dying. And so it matters that you say their names. Thank you to everyone who has said their names. Ms. Tan and I were the same age. It's important that I stand here as a Black woman in solidarity with my Asian siblings in Louisville, across Kentucky, throughout the United States, and around our globe. When our communities are under attack, we feel it globally. We experienced it with the murder of Breonna Taylor when people in parts of South Africa reached out to us and asked, what in the hell is going on and what can we do to help? Today, I hold close my students that I taught in China in 2015 who hope to one day visit the United States. Hopefully, we will become a country that they can visit and feel safe and not fear white violence and racial hatred. Hopefully, we will become a country that welcomes our neighbors. Hopefully, we will become a country that is the beloved community. But we're not that yet. But we will get there. Until then, let's reject the notion that our lives must revolve around the needs of white men and their comfort. Let's not allow this Women's History Month to be marred by angry white men who believe that everything in this world is theirs for the taking, including our lives. So when you leave here today, I hope that you will support Representative Kulkarni, who's going to be filing a resolution in Frankfort denouncing the hate crimes in Georgia. I hope that you will tell your state rep to sign on as a co-sponsor. Stop giving your politicians free passes. Show your children and the young people in your life what it means to be actively anti-racist. Don't just talk about it, be about it. Share messages of change. Share messages of disrupting whiteness. And let's move together in love, community, and solidarity.
Thank you, Representative. We are honored here today to have with us the Reverend Charles Elliott, who will lead us in a prayer for peace and understanding. If anybody's wondering, I'm wearing white today in solidarity with our Asian and South Asian communities across Georgia, Kentucky, and the country, because white is what we wear in most Asian cultures in times of grief and in times of loss. And I will present to you now Reverend Charles Elliott from King Solomon Baptist Church to lead us in a blessing to end our program. Thank you.
Just before I pray, let me say I am excited and thankful to God to see this event where we got all colored and all races together. I was born in Wheeler, Alabama, where you got to get off the sidewalk to let white people by. 53 years ago in Memphis, Tennessee, hate took Dr. King away from us. Over 2,000 years ago, hate took Jesus away. The answer to hate, how to solve hate is love. Love will get rid of it, not speeches, but when we start to loving each other, treating one another like we want to be treated, that'll solve the problem. Love is like light to darkness. Darkness will never be able to stay around when you got light. Love will get rid of hate. I heard Wallace told us that we would never walk in a school that is integrated, but Dr. King told him, never is too long, Wallace, and found out that the one he didn't let go into school wound up being a black gal, the principal of that school. Love will do it, y'all. And let's come together, brothers and sisters, and love each other. God, we thank you for this gathering. We are aware of the fact that you take events to bring us all together. So we come to tell you thank you for bringing us together, all races and all denominations. We thank you how you done it. And we're going to give you the praise. As we leave here, we're going to ask you to bless all of our elected officials. And then God help us to put in office people that really love one another. And we can do that by going to the poll and voting. We thank you now. We love you and praise you. In the name of Jesus, who is Christ the Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend, and thank you, everyone, for being here today to show our support, our sympathy, and our solidarity with our Asian communities in Georgia, in Kentucky, and throughout our nation. As Representative Scott said, let us all move in unity, in compassion, and in understanding, knowing that hate will not be tolerated and has no place in the future that we must work to shape together. If you haven't already done so, I would direct your attention to the station towards the back near the bridge, where you can write messages of solidarity and sympathy to our sisters and brothers in Georgia during this devastating time in their lives. Thank you all for being here, and let's move together in solidarity against hate of all kinds. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Everybody. Do y'all want to do another loop, or you just want to hear speakers here? Another loop! Another loop? You want to do it again? Let's do it. Huh? Let's do speakers and then a loop. Okay. Let's just do it. Police. No justice. We're gonna do another loop right now. Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. No justice. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. 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 No cops, no KKK, no racist USA. 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 What do we do? Stand up like that. What do we do? Stand up like that. What do we do? Stand up like that. When black lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up like that. What do we do? Stand up like that. Stand up like that. What do we do? Stand up like that. What do we do? Stand up like that. You can come out of Arkansas. You're not looking from your Don't tell me you're getting tired. Whose streets? Our streets. 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 Turn that track up, Peter.
That was my first running with the busters. The stupid fucked me up, cause I told him motherfucker. Got over, got worse. My hustle got dead. Running and jumping from that dirty bitch.
If Justin don't get it, 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 if Isaac Aiden 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 don't get it, if Talal don't get it, Talal E, say his name, say his name, say his name, say his name.
don't get it. If the law don't get it. Lordy, Lordy, don't you know? These police have got to go. They like to suck and shoot down. Ain't no justice in this town. 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 Well, if it's up to you and me. Well, if it's up to you and me. All my sisters will be free. All my sisters will be free. All my brothers will be free. All my brothers will be free. All my family could breathe. All my family could breathe. If it's up to you and me. Well, if it's up to you and me. All my family will be free. All my family will be free. Father, Father, can't you see? Father, Father, can't you see? What the system's done to me. What the system's done to me. They lock us up and shoot us down. They lock us up and shoot us down. Ain't no justice in this town. 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 Well, if it's up to you and me. If it's up to you and me. If it's up to you and me. All my sisters will be free. All my brothers will be free. All my family will be free. All my family will be free. All my family could breathe. All my family could breathe. If George Floyd don't get it, shut it down. If George Floyd don't get it, shut it down. If George Floyd don't get it, shut it down. If Thurman Blevins don't get it, shut it down. If Thurman Blevins don't get it, shut it down. If Thurman Blevins don't get it, shut it down. If Philando don't get it, shut it down. If Philando don't get it, shut it down. If Philando don't get it, shut it down. If Paul Casway don't get it, shut it down. If Paul Casway don't get it, shut it down. If Paul Casway don't get it, shut it down. If Billy Hughes don't get it, shut it down. If Billy Hughes don't get it, shut it down. If Billy Hughes don't get it, shut it down. If Native people don't get it, shut it down. If Native people don't get it, shut it down. If Native people don't get it, shut it down. If Isaac Hayden don't get it, shut it down. If Isaac Hayden don't get it, shut it down. If Isaac Hayden don't get it, shut it down. If Talal don't get it, shut it down. If Talal don't get it, shut it down. If Talal don't get it, it's like, come in, send those killers out. Okay, hold up, we want freedom. All these we don't again, hold up, we want freedom. All these racist ass cops, we don't need them. Hold up, we want freedom. All these racist ass cops, we don't need them. How many of y'all know who Kim Handy Jones is? Gotta know. Kim Handy speak?
Boots on the ground!
Alright, in honor of Cordell Handy and Kim Handy, let's put our fists in the air and send this one all the way down to Chicago. Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground! We're here! Boots! Boots on the ground! We're here! Just shut this shit down! Louder! Boots! Boots on the ground! We're here! Just shut this shit down! Boots on the ground! We're here! Just shut this shit down! Good! Boots on the ground! We're here! Just shut this shit down! Good! Boots! Boots on the ground. We're here. Shut the shit down. Tell me what community looks like. This is what community looks like. looks like.
This is what unity looks like.
Tell me what community looks like.
This is what community looks like.
Tell me what unity looks like.
This is what unity looks like. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, white supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, white supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, white supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, white supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, white supremacy's got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, white supremacy's got to go. When I say who's the enemy, you say white supremacy. Who's the enemy? 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 Who's the enemy? Who's the enemy? White supremacy. 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 No good cops in the racist system. No good cops in the racist system. We gon' be alright. Turn up, turn up. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. You hear me? You feel me? We gon' be alright. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If the law don't get it, shut it down. If just a tiger don't get it, if just a tiger don't get it, if just don't get it, if Jeffrey Smith don't get it, if Jeffrey don't get it, if Jeffrey don't get it, if Jeffrey Smith don't get it, if Jeffrey don't get it, Jeffrey Smith don't get it, educated don't get it, if educated don't get it, if ISIS don't get it, if ISIS don't get it, if ISIS don't get it, be alright, nigga, we gon' be alright, nigga, we gon' be alright, we gon' be alright, do you hear me, nigga, feel me, we gon' be alright, what's happening?
Fight the cop.
That's just one thing I like. Yeah! Your kids are amazing.
Bring it out to the street, y'all. Bring it out to the street here. Are there any brothers and sisters that knew that come from the community Dalal comes from and wants to speak real quick? His cousins? Dalal's cousins is here? Yes. One of y'all want to come speak? Come on up.
And I'm a high school student at Eden Prairie High School, and I was also Dalal's cousin. I'd like to thank everyone here for coming together. It's beautiful to see the amount of people here today. And I'd also like to talk about Dalal a little. Just 1 second. Dalal was an incredibly sweet kid from our family. He never caused any trouble. He always played video games with his little brothers. He was an absolute joy in our household. And to lose him was one of the hardest things ever. Just think about waking up in the morning to play with your brother, and then waking up one day to see that he's not there. Waking up in the middle of the night to hear cops banging on your doors, pulling you out of your rooms, pointing guns in your fucking face. Imagine that.
So that.
That's what happened to my family on the night of Dola's murder. Cops came into our house, 30 cops running the entire house with guns pointing in our fucking faces. That is disgusting. That is not justice. How the fuck can they do that? That is right. How the fuck can Tim Walz support that?
Tell that.
We're out here in front of his house to tell him that we want justice for our fucking people. And we can't stand for this. Right? I just hate it. I always see in the news some sort of white supremacist killing people, coming out untouched, unharmed. But then my brother, he didn't shoot anybody. He didn't kill anyone. All we had was one fucking video from one angle that was 27 seconds that's supposed to justify his death.
So
in Atlanta, Georgia, there was that white supremacist who killed 8 different people at 3 different salons, 3 different spots, and he was untouched, unharmed, unscathed. How the fuck can my brother come dead? Doing that? Right?
So that.
And so I would like to tell you all that we're here for justice for not only Dola, for Asians, for Black people, for Mexicans, for everybody in this fucking country! Everyone! And I just like to say things. Goodbye now.
We love you!
Give it up for the last cousin, y'all. That's not easy. It's not easy. And when we talk about these stolen lives happening, it reverberates to an entire community. And last Thursday, if you were at 11 Park, you would have saw an entire community of Asian folks that turned out. And when Dela was murdered by the BCA, you saw an entire community of folks turn out. And that, it reverberates to everybody. It's hitting you right now. It's happening to you right now. You're feeling it right now, and that's why you're here. And one of our brothers that's been out here, boots on the ground for some time, has been writing, has been speaking, has been taking up any part that he can in some of the marches and the actions. Brandon Lee, give it up for Brandon, y'all.
I'm gonna just keep it brief. You know, this past year since COVID, since George Floyd, it's been a hard year, especially for Black folks, other people of color. But all I want to say is that I've met people in the last 10 months that I know will support me, and people that look like me, more than people that I've known for my whole life. Right? Like I had good friends, best friends that, yeah, they went to a couple marches, but now they act like it don't matter no more. You know? And so, regardless of what happens to me, to people that look like me, everybody that's out here, I know that y'all will support and y'all will ride. If I get killed by the police, if I get killed by a white supremacist, because like the brother said earlier, they like to point us out as terrorists, criminals. Like I said the other day, there's me and Tucson, we both been doxxed. Me and DJ, we both been doxxed. These white supremacist folks, they think they can say whatever they want about me, but I'm gonna live my own truth. I'm gonna fight for what I know is right. But when they gonna call me a terrorist, they gonna say that I riot, loot, I hate freedom. They have a little flyer, it's kind of cute. It's a decent picture of me. But it got my name, it got my home address on there, where my mama stayed, where me and my mother stay. They have the address on there. And they say, go pay a visit to him at his residence.
That's bullshit.
Right? But I don't give a fuck because let worse come to worse. I know that y'all gonna ride for me. If it's the police, if it's the white supremacists. And I can say that more about anybody in this audience than people I've known for my 24 years on this planet. There are people that I've met here that I know care more about me, more about my well-being, more about people that look like me than people I've known my whole life. So thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause for showing up, but that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
We got your back! 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 Okay, and now we're gonna have Mohammed come forward from Kids, Minnesota.
Before I begin, I'd like to salam all of you with the salam of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For the rest of us, that salam means peace. My name is Mohammed Ibrahim. I'm the Deputy Director of CARE Minnesota. And you are all standing outside And the reason that is because this is history. And the revolution's gonna remember the people that were outside. And right now, all of you are outside. And this moment is significant because the whole world is starting to recognize that the darkness that Minnesota is under. And finally, the light is turned on. And when the light's turned on, and I'll be very candid with all of you, we've seen a lot of cockroaches scattered. And some of those cockroaches is exactly what MLK said to us. Is exactly what Malcolm X said to us. And that those cockroaches, with all due respect or disrespect, however you want to take it, is moderates. Because moderates have shown us through the legislative process that they care more about peace than they care about justice.
That's right.
And we are outside demanding justice, because if you cannot have justice, you cannot have peace. And the reason why I say all of these things is because we are part of a growing organization, coalition of multiple organizations that have been putting forward legislation for the state of Minnesota to pass, because this isn't a Minneapolis issue. This is not a St. Paul issue. This is a Minnesota issue. And we had a press conference with the families a couple of Fridays ago. A phenomenal event that was put together by Tashira. And we had Emmett Till's cousin standing next to us. And she said something to me that I can never forget. And she said, "This is not Minnesota, this is Mississippi." And yesterday when we were up in Bemidji, demanding Beltrami County to be closed down, it felt like Mississippi. Today we're standing outside in front of the Governor Manchin's house, another moderate. It feels like Mississippi. What the hell is Mississippi? Mississippi is the system that has been stacked against us with rules. And I'm speaking to the young people now, because it's your turn, it's your time. It's your time. All these other people are going to retire soon. They're getting tired of being tired. And we need energy. And the energy is going to come from all of you young people. And I'm specifically talking to you young people because there are rules that stop us from bringing forward rules to rein in the police. Now think about that for a second. There are rules that stop us from creating rules to hold police accountable. There are rules like the statute of limitations that limit the families from getting justice from police that killed their loved ones. There's rules like that. There's rules that tell a family how long they can grieve, find help, understand how to fight, and then fight. They get 3 years. There's rules that make it difficult for us to create oversight committees, so that we, as citizens, that pay taxpayer dollars to control the police, or we can have committees, but we cannot investigate, or we cannot subpoena. Somebody say bullshit. Bullshit. And I'm talking to you young people because it's your time to be a revolutionary. That's right. It is your time to change the system, to make sure that it works for you. And the reason why I call out moderates is because we are sitting in rooms with moderates that look like us, that march with us, that have been out here with us, and they tell us that our bills are not sexy. That tell us that we don't have money for y'all. But they had $38 million just in case we got a bad verdict.
That's right. That's right.
That's that bullshit.
Somebody say bullshit.
Bullshit.
And now, we have moderates again, who are supposed to be Democrats, that came out and said, oh no, we can do these things, like release all footage for families, like Dudad's family, within 45 days. And they want to do all of these things. But talk is cheap. And we know that talk is cheap. And that's why we are out here Because we have people that come, that look like us, that march with us, that have Black Lives Matter signs on their front lawns to show that they're standing in solidarity with us, but those same people are not giving us hearings because they're bringing forward 3 bills of their own. And I'm talking to you young people because this is the fight that we're fighting.
Pretend progressives.
And they're pretend progressives. Now we have a moment. And this moment is not going to be long. It's going to pass by just like this. But it is up to you to do a little bit more than tweet about it. To do a little bit more than create a hashtag. To do a little bit more than go on live. Because, like Jaylani said, if Martin Luther King was here, y'all would have joined him. If Malcolm X was here, y'all would have joined him. Come forward. You got great people that are out here fighting, that look like us, that care about the things that you care about. Y'all heard Representative Thompson. And the greatest enemy to us right now is not the KKK. It is not white supremacy. It is people that are complacent about that. It's the people that don't talk about that. That's the people that we're fighting. And some of those people look like you. You see what I'm saying? They cry to the families. They say, oh, here's your roses. We don't want no damn roses. We want justice. What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Justice! And again, I want to remind us that when we're fighting this fight, they care about keeping political seats that pay people, specifically white people, $45,000 to $60,000 because they want to keep the state blue instead of giving us some justice. So in this moment, if you are complacent about what is right, if you are complacent about justice, does that sound like you're for me or against me? The lights are on. We know who the cockroaches are. You see what I'm saying? So either you are with us or you are against us. There is no more talking, none of that shit. What you're gonna do is, there's a line in the sand. Matter of fact, we're gonna draw lines in concrete. You're either on this side or you're either on that side. And the whole world is watching because it is always the right time to do the right thing. Thank you guys.
We're gonna have our brother Toussaint. He'll be the last speaker, but we'll have BJ. CCC for J is a strong supporter of the family, so he just wanted to give a brief few words. But they are strong supporters. Even before Family Supporting Families was started, they were supporting a bunch of families along with Trayvon, Black Lives Matter, Communities United Against Police Brutality, and we have Minnesota Justice Coalition. We have Andre and his organization, so many of our supporters. So, and Native Lives Matter. We're going to have BJ. I also want to mention that we have our brother Ishmael here, who is with the Justice Group, and he's selling t-shirts over there. So we want to support one another and help each other. So he's out here with us today. So we're going to have BJ and then our brother Toussaint. We'll do our Asada chant and we're going to close out. Thank you.
DJ!
All right, well, I just want to give a shout out to the 646. I've seen a lot of us out here tonight. I also want to give a shout out to everyone that went up to Bemidji yesterday to make sure justice gets served, not just here in the cities, but around the entire state. Because what it's about is we need to make sure that we have solidarity, right? We need to make sure it's about Black lives, it's about Native lives, it's about Asian lives, it's about everyone working together, okay? Because we're all getting fucked. And it's not just here in America, right? The Indians and the farmers in India, they've been on strike for several months. 300 million. They don't want to talk about it because they don't want people to know that the people got that kind of power. So they don't want to talk about it in the media, right? They don't want to talk about all the protests that are going on in Poland while they're fighting for their abortion rights. They don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the fact that Israel's committing genocide to the Palestinian people. They don't want to talk about this. Well, I'm about to talk about it, okay? Because I'm letting y'all know the 1% is fucking everyone over. And it don't matter that it's this country. It don't matter that it's other countries. We need to work together in international solidarity and make sure something changes. And this movement isn't about me. This movement isn't about anyone that was up here speaking today. This movement is about us and all of us. We need to remember that we are the people that are going to get justice.
That's right.
We're not going to put our power into any hands of any leaders.
That's right.
We're going to make sure that we finish the job this time. I'm sick and tired of people sitting on a fucking couch telling me they're waiting for the revolution to start. We're the revolution! There is the revolution! All power to the people!
All power to the people! This is the revolution. You guys are the revolution. And I want to say, let's not wait until these white supremacists kill white people. For poor white people, for white people to come out. Let's not wait for them to kill Somali people, for Somali people to continue to come out. Let's not wait till they kill Asian women, for Asian lives to come out. Every time they take a life, no matter who it is, we gotta be out here. No matter what. No matter what. No matter what. So from this day forward, guys, the youth, don't let it be your friend or your brother next time. We're going to be out here every single time, no matter what their nationality was. If these dirty-ass police, a part of this system, took a life, we're going to all come in solidarity together and let them know that we're not backing down. Right. And we're going to be outside of this governor's mansion because he's not going to sit in there and be comfortable while we get to go home and hurt over our loved ones. We done with that. We done with that. So we thank you guys, the youth, and I want you guys as families supporting families, and I know for even Trayhorn, if we're doing an event, write us, because we want to hear your voices. You guys need to have this mic too, okay? I want to give a shout out to my brother, Chaz, who drives all the way from Far Out Railroad, I think, to be here. My brother Cortez, Andre, all of you guys. So, now we're going to have a brother who organizes constantly and just makes it awareness known. And he's in this fight for real. Give it up for my brother Tucson. Thank you.
It's interesting. Every time I come out here, the only time I see a Black Lives Matter sign out here at all is when we're here. I don't ever see it around this neighborhood. I see all types of flags. I've never seen a Black Lives Matter flag anywhere. I only see it when you're here, and when you're here, and when you're here. And when I look at this building, it reminds me of when I grew up. I wanted to do theater. I wanted to be an actor, and I am. I do film and whatnot. But I went to go to all these theater classes, and they teach you how to act, and then they give you the classics. Right? They give you classic plays, teach you Shakespeare, Stanislavski, all these old dead white men. You know, they teach you the classics. They'll give you one. They'll give you August Wilson, and that's all the Guthrie will give you. August Wilson, and that's it. One black person, and they would have you act these plays, right? You get up on stage and you start talking like this. You start talking in a European accent, and it was like, but I just don't think that black people in the 1700s were talking like that. And you start to think, what am I doing up here? Why am I doing this? Why are my directors white? Why are my producers white? Why are my teachers white? And everybody's telling me to do this thing on stage. You know, it's almost like a tap dance. It's kind of weird. And then you go forward and you do more plays. And then you go to the Guthrie, the big stage, and you see some plays there. And you see all these old white folks come in. And they want to watch these plays. They want to watch these plays on slavery.
And they say, oh wow, you know, that was a really rough time. That was a crazy time. Bad time, slavery, yeah. And then they walk away and they go back to homes like this.
That way.
And then they sit in their living rooms and they think that they're not the problem. They think that they've never been part of the problem. Nothing they've ever done has ever led to what we see with Dalal. They never think that they're a part of that. But they take comfort in watching these plays about old-time racism and say that, well, this is new times and I'm not racist. Well, I voted blue, so I can't be racist. Well, I voted for Tim Walz, so I can't be racist. I voted for Mayor Fry, so I can't be racist, surely.
Definitely racist.
I appreciate outward, overt, racist white folks. You want to know why? Because they say they are. Because they say they are. There's a book called It's a Good Time for the Truth, and a black woman got accepted to the U of M and the University of Arkansas. She went to the U of M, and she said it was horrible. People treated her like dirt all the time, but they smiled at her while she did it. They said, oh, I'm sorry, did you buy something here? Are you going to the school here? Oh, okay. And if you heard a Musab story, the way he was treated at this Carlson School of Business and Management, the thing that Musab kept repeating was, I showed them my card. I showed them my card. And I went to the U of M. And we all thought that because we had this card, they were going to treat me the same as they would treat Todd and Jesse on Frat Row. But no. You can have a card, you can have a green card, you can have a Minnesota ID, you can have whatever damn cards you want or papers. They are going to treat you less than human. And it did not matter what Dalal had on him, what car he was in, who he was with, what he was doing. They were going to treat him less than human. And they're going to continue to do it. And the reason why I know this to be true is because my mother, bless her heart, is a cancer nurse, and she would go to HCMC at an ungodly hour in the morning. And when she dropped my sister off and I at Riverside Plaza at a daycare center. And in the 80s, you grow up with Chinese, Korean, poor white kids, black kids, Egyptian kids, Somali, Eritrean, and Ethiopian kids. All in one room. Can you imagine that? All in one room. And as times went on, different demographics left, and it was just black kids and East African kids. And every time we'd have some beef or whatnot, we'd work it out. We'd talk it out. We'd get it. Just explain, hey, this is what I got to do today. I got to go to pray. Okay, cool, do that. Throw up a free throw. Kid would yell out, Wallahi. And you would start driving on language, and you would get it. And the reason why we knew that there was no difference between us, regardless of the legacy of slavery or what happened here, the reason we knew that we were family is because when the cops rolled by, they looked at all of us the same. This man right here, that's my brother, Wallahi. You are my family, Wallahi. I swear to God, I am your family and you are mine. There is no difference. There is no line between us. Because the performative liberalism of this state thinks that they're doing us justice. And in the 90s, when you saw the pictures go up, and they had pictures of 3 different East African women with hijabs on, and it said, let's figure out a way to welcome our new neighbors. The hell are you talking about? Why don't we make a poster that says, let's figure out a new way to welcome these neighbors in their caucasity? Because they're coming out here shooting things up and doing wild things. You got the Coalition for American Islamic Relations. I think we need to have a coalition for Caucasian American relations. People need to be educated on how they are being complicit and being a part of a racist system that is failing our children, that is ostracizing people that look like us, and telling us that we don't belong here without saying we don't belong here and smiling while they do it. I say no more. I say no more. I say no more. And we're standing here today in solidarity to say that that doesn't happen again. It's not going to happen again. And we need to keep standing up and showing out, and we need to show up even when this doesn't happen. What's your name, brother? Khalid. Justice for Khalid. What's your name, sister? Zaina? Justice for Zaina. What's your name, brother? Abdi. Justice for Abdi. That could have been any one of us. That could have been any one of us. And as Ashley Quinones said, we're doing the work for the dead that they cannot. We're doing the work for those that cannot. So, whatever you do going about your day, know that you deserve justice. The people in the ground deserve justice. And the people that come before you will deserve justice. So I stand in solidarity with you all. I love you all. And I will continue marching for our community until we see justice, and then until we see a leader come out here and listen. And listen. All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Thank you all for being here today. And we especially appreciate the Lord's father who is actively fighting for his son days, I say it's days, after he was murdered in cold blood. And we give him the utmost respect because I am a mother. But only God knows how it feels for this father, and my heart breaks. So I want you to know, my brother, that we stand with you and we will not leave your side. And we are here for you.
For sure.
We are here for you. And again, let's not wait until it's Somali, Asian, or Native, or any of that. We must show up every single time. When they take a human life, even if it's a poor white person, no matter who it is, when they take a life unjustly, we must stand up for that. As human beings, we cannot be like them. They sit in their mansions while people are outside. Obviously, the community is hurting and suffering. We cannot be like them. We must come out and stand with the people, no matter their race, no matter their sexual orientation, no matter their religion, no matter what. We must stand up for human life. So we have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We have a duty to win.
We have a duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
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 All power to the people. Thank you. Thank you. And again, support Ishmael over here. Got the t-shirts for sale. Thank you to Cortez with Jada Project for being out here, and also my brother Louie. Thank you all. And my brother Peter Pepper for the beautiful sound.
Love y'all.
Got done just in time. It's about to rain. So, gonna close this down, put this stuff away before it gets wet.
Hey, we say rain. Rain. We out here. We out here. I don't care what weather. Windy, snow, rain, it don't matter. We out here. How you doing?
Yeah, trouble. And they do. And they're coming up and interacting with other Asians. They sound like they're very shy and very quiet to themselves. It's like, and that's the whole other thing.
Well, and then when it does, and it matches the
But I think if I started shooting, I have an air horn, and if I run in toward their airplane, they'll go, oh! And, but that's kind of dangerous.
Like his outlook, he's like, yeah, it's like, well, if I have those four representing me, I'd be pretty good Just gonna throw away the mask and we're just gonna pretend nothing's happening.
No manners. You got the F word. Oh, really? Yeah, obviously it's poor upbringing. Poor
It's like, what is it in South Sacramento by the river? What is there for somebody? Yeah,
I don't know. They're just not thinking. And we don't
3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, I sing with the Sacramento.
Well, you're with the guy who says,
yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That one, no, really? How do you feel about I don't know, like, I've got a 7
This is just today's distraction, my sheeple.
Keep driving, son. Keep driving.
If there were white people that got shot in a fucking whorehouse, you would care.
I would care. I would care.
Okay, all you woke people.
Hi, Brian.
I wish I'd have
I don't know that I've ever seen one. For me? Yeah, I know.
Wow. That is such white
Just right on. Yeah, you know what I've been meaning to call him. But my fifth really popped up right now. Yeah, he doesn't pick up. Setting on
Right. Hey, thanks for being here.
Of course.
Yeah.
Used to it.
Well played with that dude, too.
Used to it.
I was like, wow, this is doing a job for us.
Yep. For sure.
Are you're the only person who came up today?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure.
No, it's all good.
Well, yeah, if you need anything, hit me up.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I was laughing. I know. I was laughing too. What's she like? I'm like, totally. I thought they just yeah, I do that.
And every year we take like
Mike, how was it? All right. We'll work on that.
There's a reason you're I was up for a scholarship, and I had to go into a room and talk to people, and I stopped. I was standing outside the closet.
Right.
Yeah, so, yeah.
That was before Xanax. I know, right? I know. Whatever medicine you like. Thank you. Right. I love your Thank you.
They miss her.
They need more practice.
kidding. It's not a
Oh, it's like, wait a minute, what? Where?
That is not black. Yeah. You are not wearing black. I said it's
yeah, he already said like.
There's additional person there has shown up.
always.
Let's harass this car. No.
No. God damn it, you're not getting through.
Is that one Fisher's house? Right?
No, it's this.
No, it's this. Oh, right. It is this one. Right. Shit. Right. I always get it. Most of the time when I've been here, it's been nighttime, so.
Looks real bad when you start beating up someone.
But yeah, we are here at Greg Fisher's home.
Be safe.
Oh, nice.
Be safe. We love you.
Somebody's got a Black Lives Matter sign here next door. Got a couple of BLM signs out here. Not sure who put them here, but. I understand this is. Whoops. Come on. This would be one of the mayor's neighbors. Maybe they're not all so bad. But yeah, what's another good cross street here that I can share? Another good cross street is Spring and Speed. So Spring and Speed is actually closer to Mayor Greg Fisher's home than Spring and Lauderdale.
Who recorded that though?
But
These nuts? That didn't work. I'm sorry about that, folks. I'm reaching for these nuts.
Jesus Christ. Did he have batteries in it?
No. He sped off. I didn't even get to him.
And he just left.
I left him with the bad one.
Greg Fisher, do you have batteries?
Greg Fisher, do you have?
Greg Fisher, do you even fucking live here? In his goddamn mansion.
Do you even fuck?
That's a good one.
No, he doesn't, by the way.
That's great.
Do you have
whoops, sorry about that.
We need to yell at you
Who
louder.
you fuck, Greg Fisher?
No, God, I hope we don't.
No
one should fuck Greg Fisher. That's a good one.
No one should fuck Greg Fisher.
yeah, anybody who is in the
How are you?
Spring Speed, Spring, Cherokee Road area. That's where the mayor's home is.
Greg Fisher, fuck Greg Fisher.
Fuck him. What you guys here for? Fuck that bastard. That's the one.
There's a couple of people walking by, asked, what are you all here for? And it said, fuck Greg Fisher. And they're like, yeah, pumping their fist.
Oh, hell, here's his schedule. He comes in here, he leaves about this time.
Oh, weird. On this map, so like the traffic suddenly turned yellow here. It's like traffic is slowed up. It's like we slowed up. We slowed up traffic.
Hilarious. It's from the bus slowing down.
Everyone on the radio, Google the bitch.
Yeah,
That's how they monitor.
that's a good point. Yeah, the buses. Yes, the bus.
Android or iPhone.
Yo, I love that car. I like that car, but fuck the rich bitches in it. But I like that car.
They are incoming.
Woo!
10-4. 10-4. Woo!
Sounds like LMPD are on their way. Do me a favor, share this out if you haven't already. And again, if you're in Louisville, you are welcome to come and join Mayor Greg Fisher's home here near Spring and Cherokee.
We need the batteries, bro. We got one battery.
Motherfucker, there ain't no goddamn pattern.
Somebody must have threw him out.
Of course they are.
So it is.
Did they say how many coming in? Did they say they were coming here?
Wow.
Where are you exactly? So I can
Perfect. In the chat, they're holding a car at Cherokee and Spring, so it looks like they're pulling people over that they think are coming here.
What?
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
Well, that's a bummer to hear.
Do what? The little one. Oh, little one's coming? Okay, cool. No. What? No.
Perfect. Here we go.
Oh, we know. And then we'll go, hello. Yeah, like.
I don't think I did it right.
That mentality of like, oh no, they're coming.
No, you're smart. Did I do that wrong?
Yep.
I dig.
There we go. Power on. One
Sure, my location. Oh, it latches on that little plastic piece right there. Yeah, there you go.
We'll try it for a picture. I got them right on the table.
Well, let me try. Hello? No.
If we could get like 2 or 3 more small frame black
What's
girls.
up?
It sounds like they might be trying to stop people that are coming here, but that's not confirmed. We don't know for certain.
It's a lot of us, you know?
All right.
Right here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Show
I
right
should
here.
have told you
Yeah,
I'm
I got it.
fucking waterfront. I don't know why I didn't.
Plus here?
Yeah. It's gonna be a
Plus
fun
down,
night.
plus
No. Close up.
It's gonna be a fun
You guys are very bad at this.
Yes, I noticed.
No, y'all nothing.
It's a bummer to hear that they might be,
I did too. I noticed.
might be trying to
I'll let you do it.
target people and pull people over who are trying to come here. I hesitate to say that because, right, like I don't want to necessarily deter people who are, who may be interested in coming out here. But it definitely is a bummer that they might be doing that.
To become a better place to live. So I read us now a verse of scripture to remind us that we are sinners before God. Because of the original sin, it affects our human nature. That's why sometimes it makes it harder for us to choose good instead of doing evil. So we call by the grace of God to choose good and avoid evil. So I read now the verse of scripture from the book of Genesis, chapter 3. And when they heard the sound of the Lord walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man and said to him, "Where are you?" Now let me share with you a reflection that Pope Francis said in May of 26, 2014, when he visited the shrine of Memorial Shrine in Jerusalem to pray for all the victims from World War II. And he reflected on the book of Genesis chapter 3 verse 9, which I just read for you. Let me share with now his beautiful image about how wounded we are as human race and how much we need to go back to our original roots in the creator of heaven and earth to work for a better society, the church, and even for each one of us. All of us are called daily to convert from our sinfulness to become righteous people if we have any hope to live in peace among the people of faith and people of goodwill. So let me read you now his reflection. Pope Francis said, and I quote, "Adam, where are you? Where are you, O man? What have you come to? In this place, in this memorial of the soul, we hear God's question echo once more. Adam, where are you?" This question is charged with all the sorrow of a father who had lost his child. The father knew the risk of freedom. He knew that his children could be lost. Yet, perhaps not even the father could imagine so great a fall, so profound an abyss. here before the boundless tragedy of Holocaust or any crimes against humanity that cried out, "Where are you?" echoes like a faint voice in an unfathomable abyss. Adam, where are you? I no longer recognize you. Who are you, O man? What have you become? Or what horror have you been capable? What makes the work of my hands? Certainly is not the breath of life which I breathe into you. The breath comes from me, and it is something good. No, this abyss is not merely the work of your own hands, your own heart, who corrupted you, who disfigured you, who led you to presume that you are the master of good and evil, who convinced you that you were God. Not only did you torture and kill your brothers and sisters, but you sacrificed them to yourself because you make yourself a God. Today, in this place, we hear once more the voice of God. Adam, where are you? From the ground there rise up a soft cry. Have mercy on us, O Lord. To you, O Lord our God, belongs righteousness, but to us confusion of face and shame. A great evil has befallen us. Such was never happened under the heavens. Now, Lord, hear our prayer, hear our plea. Save us in your mercy. Save us from this horror. Almighty God, a soul in anguish cried out to you. Hear, Lord, and have mercy. We have sinned against you. You reign forever. Remember us in your mercy. Grant us the grace to be ashamed of what we men have done, to be ashamed of this messy idolatry, of having despised and destroyed our own flesh, which you formed from the earth, to which you gave life with your own breath of life. Never again, Lord, never again. Adam, where are you? Here we are, Lord, shamed by what man created in your own image and likeness were capable of doing. Remember us in your mercy. And let us pray. Please bow your head and pray with me for peace for our community. Blessed are you, Lord God of mercy, who through your Son Jesus gave us a marvelous example of charity and the great commandment of love for one another. Send out your blessing on these your servants, who so generously devote themselves to helping others. When they are called on in times of need, let them faithfully serve you in their neighbor. And we make all this prayer in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Father.
All right. It's just. I see folks back there already cheating. So at this point, what we will do is, if you already have your candle lit, light two other people. I have a lighter here. If we will, we'll start the first light here, and then if someone from that side will come, and then walk around. Once you've done 2 or 3 people, feel free to come up and put it by the sign and the flowers up here.
How can you show up? I'm going to leave you with a few tangible action items. 1, educate yourself and join a local API organization, such as API Middle Tennessee, NAP Tennessee, NAPA. On your way out, you can visit our booths and learn and get more information. 2, sign up for a bystander intervention course. Learn how to engage in the safest way. 3, volunteer. We are in the volunteer state. And 4, donate. In order for API organizations to continue to do the work to stop AAPI hate, resources and funds are a necessity. And lastly, if you are an API identifying community member, we want you all to know that API Middle Tennessee will be hosting a processing space tomorrow at 6:15 p.m. virtually. Please visit apimidtn.org or the booth to learn how you can sign up. Before you leave tonight, please return your candles to our volunteers at one of the booths on your way out. And of course, remain social distancing and wearing your mask as you exit the public square. And if you need an escort to your car, please let us know or find someone with a neon vest. Be safe and thank you for showing up tonight to mourn and honor the 8 lives cut short. Let's be vigilant and continue to protect Asian lives here and across Tennessee and our nation. Thank you so much.
Last time I saw him face,妈妈，我口袋里还有2个水瓶。他不会做这个，我装3个。叶几个，满2个。
没有关系啊，不要流出来就行。
All right, yeah, my battery going dead. Got 5%. People are coming and placing their candles at the names of the Asian women that were murdered by white supremacists. Well, sorry. Okay.
So you go ahead?
No, it's okay.
Can I pull up with you with everything that happened? Yeah, y'all on the road. I'm probably asking do you look over?
It took a minute for me to find other people.
I'm trying to get some practice in.
Hey, y'all.
So yeah,
Hey, I didn't recognize you.
This is great. Love your solidarity.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to catch up soon. Thank you for coming. Excuse me. Excuse me. My bad. Yeah, we're about to Thank you for coming. Thank y'all for chiming in. I'm gonna have to log out now.
Should I get 3 of them?
Hey, I got it.
Right in front of the garbage cans? Oh, yeah, they can't even see
Good to see you guys out here.
Okay. You bitches, y'all don't got the numbers tonight. Tell y'all ain't ready for this fight. You bitches, y'all don't got the numbers tonight. Y'all ain't ready for the fight. You bitches, y'all ain't got the numbers tonight. So y'all ain't ready for the fight. You bitches, y'all ain't got the numbers tonight. So y'all ain't ready for this fight. Bitch. Oh, yeah, pissy hoe. Hello, everyone. Hello. Out of the house and into the street. 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 Out of the house and into the street.
Yes, I will say that Maxwell is here. And also Tammy DeAnthony, I think that comment was completely inappropriate, and if you make any more comments like that, you will be banned.
That's my energy! ACAP! What that means? That means fuck L-I-G-I-E! That's my energy! ACAP! What that means? That means fuck L-I-G-I-E! You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! LMPD is not the solution! LMPD is not the solution! You can't stop
I wouldn't say there's any one particular leader.
LMPD is not the solution! LMPD is not the solution!
She is, I think people have already, people who know her know, right? Like, you recognize her voice. She is here.
These fuckers. Fuck these fuckers right here.
Oh yeah, Broadway management, yeah.
These slumlords right here are horrible, horrible people.
Yeah, that's factual.
I was a town based on too much ass. Black Lives Matter. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor.
So, again, as I've said before, it does not matter how many people you have. You can still make a lot of noise. You can still make your point and get people to pay attention.
Come see what's going on.
Whether it's people who live in these homes, or the fact that right now there are, approximately 350 to 400 of you watching this right now.
Yes, I was. Thank you. Get your asses out here. Where y'all at? There's injustice in our system, and y'all in here napping, sleeping, wasting your time. When it's on your ass, where will the people be for you? What's silence?
Is violence!
What's silence? Is violence! What's silence? Is violence! Amen.
So we got the option to circle back to the car or go on to Barstown Road. Right here in front of that line.
I see an officer of the law. Hello, ACAB bitch.
Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Fuck 12!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Fuck 12!
Joe, what we doing? We going to Bardstown?
Your call.
You're in the job.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to do Barstown, we can either go on here.
Cops have shown up once. Cops nearly ran over somebody's dog. That was somebody who was watching innocent by a cop nearly ran over him and his dog.
Let them have a couple minutes where they think that we decided to go home for the night. Perfect. Perfect.
Hello. So, you know, these are the kind of actions that you're likely to see more of, right? Smaller groups, you know, spreading out through town, right? You know, gotta take the message. You can't keep the message confined to downtown. Can't just every once in a while go out into, you know, other parts of town and see people watching from their homes. You shoot, what was I saying? That car. A little bitty car.
Black Lives Matter! Give me a B! B, I got you, B, I got you, B! Give me an L! L, I got you, L, I got you, L! Give me an L!
But, oh yeah, you gotta take the message, like, you know, outside of downtown, you know, go out to the neighborhoods and stuff. You see, you know, a lot of this in other cities, especially Portland and Seattle come to mind. In particular, you see, you know, going out into neighborhoods more often. Not to, you know, obviously, like, some groups go out to, you know, destroy shit, but for the most part, what you just see is this: people going out, marching, chanting, you know, so on. LMPD. If you don't know what they're talking about, just look up LMPD Explorers Program. LMPD Explorers Program. Go Google being whatever, you know, that you don't know about. It's just what I was just telling them on the live. Like, look up the Explorers Program if you want to see some real fucked up shit.
Somebody on our six.
Louisville Metro Police Department continuously decides to not choose accountability in the case of Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor was murdered in her sleep. 70 plus shots fired into her apartment. That could be any of us, especially the fear that is all over our black community. Get in the street. Black lives matter. Black
lives matter. Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Horse. What's your pissy horse?
Did you say piss ass whore?
Pissy horse. Pissy hoes. They some pissy hoes. Cause they in the house pissing on hoes. In hoes. They some pissy hoes. You know? Yeah, R. Kelly.
Oh.
Same thing. What was it?
Horse.
Gaslight. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Y'all leaving?
They're going to back door. I'm out of it. Oh, they went in the house.
Tom Ward, you are absolutely entitled to your opinion. However, anything else more like that will likely get you banned.
Just so y'all know,
Not here for anybody to be making any disparaging comments and such about
apologize for that. Now listen, you can hide
needlessly, about people.
behind your doors, but
If you don't like it, you don't have to be watching.
in our system, and that you condone by hiding in your home.
Balkus, you're in the future.
His body.
You're in the future.
What's silent is violent.
Man, don't drink till sick and get bar fights the night before one of these days. It's feeling hard right now.
We are in Kentucky. This is Louisville. We're in Louisville, Kentucky.
If you ain't willing to stand with us, well, first of all, fuck you. You're standing with injustice, and that makes you a royal piece of shit.
If you don't stand with
Hey,
us,
Cheryl.
you stand against
stand against
us. If you don't stand with us,
You stand against us if you will not stand with us.
You golden turd.
Golden turd. Perfect words right there. Says the perfect words.
Golden turd.
You have nice homes. You have the ability to initiate change.
Yeah, you're good.
Just got me here paranoid as fuck every night. Huh? Turning around looking and moving, and I was like, Joe's got me paranoid as fuck out here. Yeah, he did. I'm not paranoid. Why are you paranoid?
You paranoid? Who said paranoid? I'm not paranoid.
I'm not paranoid. No.
He's
Neil is paranoid.
You fed? You paranoid fed?
Doing all right.
Dylan, paranoid.
Busy. A lot of things.
Attention all bitches!
But doing all right.
You stand with injustice if you will not stand with the broken.
You fucking weird ass Easter house sanctioned piece of shit.
Yeah, that's some Neverland ring shit, right?
That's some Neverland Easter bullshit.
You got them milk duds in your lap melting there, buddy?
Hell yeah. Tell the little kids to get the milk duds up your lap.
Damn it.
Black Lives Matter.
Our class already went forward.
Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
Holy shit.
Oh, you're an angel! We love you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
It is so much appreciated, thank
Oh
you.
my god.
You got 3 more.
Oh, here you go. Take these. These are my favorites.
This person just ran out of their home and gave the group cookies and stuff.
See, if all of you all brought me some more. I got some more.
I got some women.
We're doing the God's work.
What are these? I want the triple, don't
That's why I gave them to you.
Damn, now I got
Chris Hill, if you don't like it, you are more than welcome to move along. You don't have to watch.
She probably got some.
If you're more offended, if you're so offended by the words being used, if you by profanity, things like that, and you're gonna allow the message, that's on you.
Most valuable processor of the night, ladies and gentlemen.
I think these are Thin Men.
Whoa.
Profanity doesn't make a person less intelligent, anything like that. It's just a way of driving a point.
Anybody gluten-free? I have a gluten-free. These are Samoas. Everybody loves Samoas.
Thank you so much, man.
Wait, there's another. You want some more?
I think we're good.
No, we're good. Thank you. We're good. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you so much.
You are amazing.
You're amazing. God bless you. You have
Yes.
a great night.
You got some more. You have to make no damn cheesecake for them.
We got cooking, we got fuel, we got the will to keep moving. Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
Yeah,
and
that
don't
woman
you
just gave
motherfuckers
the group
forget it!
a
Black
bunch of
Lives
Girl Scout
always
cookies
matter!
and stuff.
And to anyone who has the gumption to say, all lives matter! All lives can't matter at Twitter!
Alright, I'm gonna cut the video momentarily. Do. We're getting in the car here, so just bear with me. Alright. There we go. So yes, we are leaving Great Fisher's home. I'll stay live. I'll stay live for a bit. We'll see. We'll see where things go here for a little bit. Wait, no. Whoops. Nope, I had it right the first time. Oi, okay, let's try it again. There we go. Okay. Thought I had it wrong. Whoa. Shit.
What happened? I want to just toss it out my window. Oh man, I am so sorry about that. I was thinking about it, and then I got
Okay.
Good to see you, Lori.
I like that. Bueno,
This is my awesome fucking town. This is red.
And I love my podcast.
I'll be right back. I'm coming back. I'm not saying goodbye to you, Claire.
No, you're good. No worries.
You gotta go to the one of the race. No. You gotta see the doctor every day. They misled him on the process of your life.
Yeah, people like the glob like to really latch on to, you know, the snippets of what MLK has had to say in his speeches. And it's really just barely digs the surface. And frankly, it's the, you know, all the quotes that are used are frankly the whitewashed versions of the story, basically. Hopefully that makes sense. I didn't say it entirely how I wanted to, but Balkus, we can talk about that off the live. Not disclosing the location right now, Mary. Yeah, like many things, you know, there's growing pains. But you know, we're definitely seeing progress in Louisville as we you know, transition to the next phase. You know, not only marches, protests, you know, direct actions, but also, you know, work in the political space, work, you know, within the community, which has been going on. Like, there's been a lot going on in Louisville, you know, with those involved with the you know, movement community, doing a lot to try to help people, whether it was, you know, over the holidays with, you know, cooking food for people, you know, gathering gifts, to you know, more recently, like, you know, helping people who lost their homes to, like, fire, just doing more, you know, in general with like food drives, right? Food drives in the West End, where, you know, there's a big problem with food deserts. And of course, you have people like Shamika Parrish who are, you know, taking big steps into politics, and, you know, not just like running for, you know, a local council seat or something like that, but like Shamika in particular is going for, you know, mayor. She's running for mayor. That is, you know, just the tip of the iceberg. Like, you got a lot of other people, you know, who are running for various, or, you know, taking the steps to eventually run, you know, for positions as they become open. Yeah, you know, we got, obviously there's stuff that comes up here and there, but right, 2022 is, you know, the next time we'll go through a lot of elections. So yeah. I love the smattering of this bingo thing that I'm seeing mentioned in the comments. Yeah, basically I am like, what the hell is the Twitch chat doing? That is factual. Oh, I'm trying to find out some stuff here. We pull the code. Alright. Should be getting there momentarily. Alright. Yeah, David James is, you know, look, David James doesn't necessarily seem to me like a, you know, a really shitty, you know, person or whatever, like, but he's definitely a cop, you know. He is definitely a cop. He is definitely not the right person for here right now. Like, that's not the type of person. That's not the person that we need in there. Alright, I'm gonna cut the camera here again. I'm just walking around at the moment. Just don't want to give away too much. If anything, frankly. Okay. Cool.
Child, I had the idea of a vision that, since I was ridiculed as a youth, that this racism idea of hatred would go away as we grow out of it. Again, as an 8-year-old child, what do you really know? You just have hopes and dreams. I have hope and dreams that my child will also not experience that. But it only shows what could happen, that we have to continue our work. The work is more important now as it is ever. We need to find a way to come united together, to bring unity together, to bring love together, and to continue education, understanding. So with that said, when I came to this community of Eugene back in college, I was welcomed by the API community. You know, I was a young person straight out of college and said, well, what do I do? What am I going to be at? And I met incredible people that have taught me so much, not only professionally, but personally as well. You know, people like Ada Lee, of course, was there to mentor and guide, started the Asian Celebration, gave a platform for people like me to be able to continue on their legacy of work. She started the Asian Celebration as well. People inspire me. People like Pastor David Leon, his work of continuing to fight for safety of women, educating, showing different perspectives. Pastor Bayonne, giving an understanding of how to understand different cultures and how to work together and show unity even during difficult times. There are many, many people in this area today, in this community, that have so much to bring to us. It's about communicating, about understanding, about showing each other love. I can't express how important it is and how honored I am that to be able to work with people at the Vision Council, Vision Board, as well as the celebration. And it's up to us and our work to continue to inspire future generations. We need to be able to stop, take a moment to ourselves, and learn about each other. Let's not be as judgmental, just don't judge the book by its cover. Most people wouldn't even know I'm from Depot Bay, but yeah. Most people also wouldn't know my parents were only 5'4", right? So that's another story for another day. But I had the opportunity to meet people and to talk to them and sit down and learn, and I think that we all need to do that no matter what. So I applaud all of you here coming here today on a short notice, standing in a cold, damp day, to remember the victims, remember the crimes that have occurred. And we need to learn how to stand up. We need to break the stereotypes. I'll tell you honestly, I'm not good at math. Okay? I don't know karate. I don't speak 1,000 languages. The stereotypes need to break, and the only way we can break them is by communicating, understanding, and learning each other. Each of us is a unique individual. We need to love and respect that no matter what. This is a cycle that continued on and on. As I mentioned before, the Japanese internment situation from the past. We had the Muslims experience of 9/11. We had the African American experience and dealing with Black Lives Matter. We have all of these. So remember, we need to be speaking up for everybody. Not just today for Stop Asian Hate, but we need to be supportive of our community and stop the hate agenda. So with that said, thank you everybody for your time today. Thank you guys all for coming out. I'm honored to have a chance to speak. And also, if you want resources, please reach out to the Asian Council. Also reach out to APCAT. If you want information, you guys have my contact information, reach out. We need to know about your experiences. We need to know how we can support you. And there are resources, so don't feel like you're alone. Don't feel afraid to reach out for help. We want to help you. We want to be there to support. And especially with Okapi and Citizen Talks as your representative for this area now, We have so many resources that we can to us. Spread love one another. I know it's about COVID, so don't touch too much, but spread the love, be positive. Thank you guys all very much.
I think as David was talking about differences, one of the things that people probably when they see me and don't know me are surprised that I have two Caucasian parents. So the truth is we are still judged by our package. People probably when they see me and don't know me are surprised that I have two Caucasian parents. So the truth is we are still judged by our packaging. People look at us and that's who they think we are. So it's really important that we take the time to get to know everyone, not just from who they are on the outside, but who they are on the inside. As an adoptee, I'm especially grateful to the adoptive families who are making sure that their children are embraced and are aware of all of the things that are fruitful out in the world, but that they also know that there are people who are going to protect the kids. That includes all of you today. I'd like to introduce now Councilwoman Jennifer Yee. She's going to be representing the City of Eugene. Lucy Vennis, Mayor Vennis, wasn't able to be with us, but sent her greetings. And we're so grateful to have Jennifer here just to speak up and represent the City of Eugene, which is our home.
So as she said, my name is Jennifer Yee. I'm the City Councilor for Ward 4, which is Northeast Eugene. And Lucy was not able to be here tonight, but she wanted me to say how much she wished she could have been, and that the thoughts of the victims and of all of us that are gathered here, she'll be thinking about you tonight. So thank you all for coming. I also want to thank Sarah Maderi, our city manager, and Claire Surratt, a fellow councilor, for coming out tonight. I appreciate you guys being here. But I'm a little glad that the mayor wasn't here because it made it so that I would have a chance to talk to you all about something that's personal to me as a wife and mother of people of Chinese ancestry. Marrying into a Chinese family let me experience a new culture, which I value and adore now, but it also gave me a front row seat to the discrimination that Asian and Pacific Islanders face on a daily basis here in the United States. 8 more people have been added to the shameful list of those killed because of hate, of race-based hatred. And as a white woman of privilege, I recognize I need to speak out against racism towards people of Asian descent. However, I also realize that it can be uncomfortable to talk about how people sexualize Asian women, emasculate Asian men, and many different ways people show disdain for people of Asian their culture, and their different ways of life. But comfort is not a privilege I deserve. And no matter how uncomfortable it is for me to talk about it, it is so much harder for Asian and Pacific Islander people to talk about it. We need to be able to talk openly about how it's not just a social gap to ask someone, where are you really from? But how that is perpetuating the person's otherness and reinforcing that the United States is not a place for them. We need to talk openly about how when people represent Asian women in our art and media as hypersexualized, exotic, and foreign, it only reinforces that otherness and dehumanization. And these types of racism are not harmless. I was already worried about how society would treat my children, whether they would be treated fairly at school, work, or just when they're out for a walk. But after this despicable act, I'm even more concerned about their lives. I know I must speak strongly whenever I encounter casual racism and thunderously when it is violent. This is one reason we are here tonight, to let everyone know that we are here to stop the hate. We are here to honor the lives of 8 people and mourn with their friends and family for their lives being cut short. And I thank you for coming tonight to show your support. Showing up only does matter. Thank you so much for being here. So
Thank you, Jennifer. We missed Lucy, but you were wonderful. Thank you. At this point, I would like to introduce my good friend June Chada. June is also a Korean sister, and we have a lot of fun talking about how full Korean I am, since I didn't know anything about kimchi until I was grown up. And so she's been able to share that part of her life with me. She's going to be reading a statement on behalf of Senator Ron Wyden, and how lucky we are to have her. Obviously, she's a part of our community. She is one of our community, but she's also an unwavering champion, not just for the AAPI community, but for everyone who is in Lane County and in her district of her responsibility. So, lucky for us that we have Ron Wyden. Lucky for us that we have June Chada.
Thank you, Susan, so much, and thank you, Lynn, Jenny, for organizing. A big thanks to David Pham and the Asian American Council of Oregon for hosting tonight's vigil. I have lived here all my life, and I have enjoyed every moment of it. And working for Senator Wyden has been truly an honor for me, and the chance to represent him in this community has been just a fantastic part of my life. On behalf of Senator Wyden, I'd like to share his message with you this evening. Friends, this isn't complicated. The message today and every day of the year must be no tolerance for racism and bias here in Eugene, throughout Oregon, and in our entire country. As the son of the Jewish refugees who fled Nazi Germany, I know full well how destructive hate speech can metastasize into unthinkable violence. Cruel words had dire consequences then, and hateful words carry awful potential now when America has people with the biggest platforms amplifying racist rhetoric. With more than 3,000 hate incidents towards Asian Americans in 2020 alone, being vigilant against racism and hate is urgent business. Thank you for asking me to share a message with you tonight. Rest assured, I will always stand with the Asian American community against hate speech, hate crimes, racism, and xenophobia. Sincerely, Ron Wyden, United States Senator. I'm now very excited to introduce our next speaker, Commissioner Lori Trieger. She is probably well known to all of you because she's been a very active community activist, organizer, someone who really believes and champions all the things that are so important to make us happier and better in the world that we live. And I was always very happy to have her as my friend. I'm really happy to be able to introduce her as Commissioner Lori Trieger. Thank you so much for the honor to be here.
Sadly, the heinous act committed in Atlanta did not start or end there. I listened yesterday to an interview with Oregon State Representative Con Pham, and she was asked what she thought about the fact that investigators haven't yet concluded that that event was officially a hate crime. She noted this was most certainly gun violence, this was gender-based violence, this was sexual violence, and this was absolutely race-based violence, and we need to look at all these dimensions. When something is broken, we must name it to repair it. Violence against any community, especially violence spurred by misogyny and racism, hurts all of us. I know this is true. My own mother came to this country in 1946, a Jewish teenager fleeing Nazi persecution. Before immigrating to New York, she was sheltered by 3 different families in England. I'm alive today because people who didn't look or believe like my mother felt a responsibility to protect her, risking their own comfort to ensure her safety. To my friends and my neighbors from the AAPI community, tonight I am here for you. I stand in solidarity with you. I grieve with you. And I commit to working with you and doing all I can to make Lane County a safe and just community for you and your children and families and generations to follow. I can't take away your fear and pain, but tonight I can share in your grief. Grieving is not something we're good at in America. We're not good at slowing down, at taking time and tending to our emotional needs. As difficult as this is, it is so important that we be here and stand together in community to reflect and pay respect to lives lost before their time by honoring them with our time, the most precious renewable resource of all. My deep appreciation to my friends Jenny Konak and Susan Cox for inviting me to be here, to the AAPI, American Council of Oregon, and the many others who made tonight's vigil possible. And thank you for creating this much-needed opportunity for collective and shared grieving. May it bring us all a little closer to peace.
Several years ago, a long time ago, I got to know this amazing woman who is a force of nature, and she's always one of the first people I call, maybe like the first person I call, when I need to have advice or get something done. And so I am so pleased to have all of us welcome Oregon Commissioner of Bureau of Labor and Industries, Val Hoyle. And while she may belong to Oregon, we still think of her as ours from Montana.
So I was very honored to be asked to speak here today because this is something that I'm passionate about, to just make sure that everyone is safe and is treated equally. And I know that my agency, which oversees protections for civil rights in housing, in the workplace, in public accommodation, that in the past year, we have seen a substantial increase in people calling about discrimination that they face. And so, I mean, I am honored to be here but as a middle-class white woman and statewide elected official, I'm used to my voice being centered when I walk in the room. So, and I'm not here to talk to you, and I can't speak to you about what the experience of Asian Pacific Islanders are. But what I can say is for those of us who have the privilege to walk in the room and not face discrimination, it is critical that we call it out because those murders did not happen in a vacuum. Those murders did not happen because one person just thought one thing. There is a culture that we have been taught that as white people that we are superior to people of other races. And the bottom line is our country was built by immigrants. We are stronger together, but we need to call it out for those of us who have the privilege to be in these rooms where we don't face that discrimination. We have to call it out. And I've heard people say, well, that's uncomfortable. That's awkward. Because as Oregonians, we don't like things being awkward, which just makes things more awkward. But we have to call it out when somebody says something that doesn't seem right, call it out. When somebody does something that is not right and hurts another person because of their race, we need to call it out. We need to be that ally. We need to be that ally to change that culture before there are more murders. It starts with every single little place that every room we have the privilege to be in, we need to step up and speak against hate. So I would say, when we can, we should invite other white people in to make sure they're educated and understand the damage of words and thoughts and actions. And we must call out people when it is the right thing to do, and it is always the right thing to do. So thank you, everyone, for being here. And if you witness a hate crime or you are a victim of a hate crime, we have our Attorney General, Ellen Rosenblum. They will enforce that law.
If you experience discrimination in the workplace, in housing, in a sewer, public accommodation, the Bureau of Labor and Industries is there, and we will protect you. We will enforce that law. So again, thank you very much for allowing me to. Thank you. At this point, I would like to invite some volunteers to start passing out the two lights. We have 8 candles that are representing to the lives of the victims. And as we're passing out the 2 lights, David Tam is going to say their names for all of us out loud. And we have the privilege of having a musical presentation today by Lucy Jones. Generation Korean American.
Can everybody hold a moment of silence as we announce the name? So tonight we're here to honor and remember the victims of the horrible incident. Now we announce the names of the victims. Soon Chung Park, Wen Young Grant, Sun Cha Grant, John A. Wood, Melania Ashley Yuan, Paul Andre Michael, Charlotte Jeff Han, Bao Yo Hong. Just hold a moment of silence. Let's remember and honor the names of the victims. And do our best to unite so that we are knowing more victims in the future. Stand united as a community, love all. Remember, embrace, and honor those that have fallen. So thank you very much for your time. And I'll pass it back.
Almost made it through without rain, so I think it was a lot of prayers. And at this point, we'd like to end the evening with a closing prayer for our wonderful friend, Pastor Young Lee Chung, from the Korean Presbyterian, Central Presbyterian Church.
Let's pray. Lord, we get together here to remember 8 people who lost their lives last year. We express our deep condolences to the families who lost their moms, sisters, and father in Atlanta. We are here not only to remember just the 8 people, but also to remember those who were victimized by racism and hate crime in the world. We are here to protest against all kinds of racism and hate crime. Oh Lord, you are our Father who created not only this whole universe, but also all human races. You are the base of human dignity. We are all your children, white, black, brown, or yellow. We are all created in your image. Pour out on us the spirit of love and compassion each other. Enable us to reverence each person, to reach out to anyone in need, either white, black, brown, or yellow. Enable us to value and appreciate those who differ from us, who share the resources of our nation. We are here to stand anti-racist, to be true and loud. Lord, take action to help ending racism. Please spark those rights everywhere in the world. Let us understand better each other so we can stand as one nation and one people. Let us live proudly in this nation, no matter what kind of racism we are, white, black, brown, or yellow. I pray in the Lord's name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. So we are so happy that you were all here tonight. To go in peace and appreciation, and we look forward to us all being together again in the sun and without masks, where we can actually have a lot of hugging going on. So in the meantime, thank you so much again. Please do a tribute that has the names of all of the victims. And there are also resources there for people to call. You won't always have that. Be surrounded by friends and loved ones. And so please share those with people who need them or not need them, because we do want people to know they're not alone, the resources, and we do want everyone to be safe and well. Again, thank you everyone for coming tonight. And thank you, Maylin, for that little text on Friday night.
And how long is your son here?
He's already gone.
Oh! I thought maybe he was here for the Great.
Alright, that was the vigil.
Yeah, she did that at the other event. She was like standing in the background while they were trying to talk, and like, she kept trying to do this take like over and over again. It was like she wasn't doing it loud enough, so she kept getting louder and louder. And she tried it like 3 times, and like the last like 2 times she tried it, it was like hella loud. She was just like yelling pretty much over the talker and speaker. He's taking a picture of us. Yeah, so this event has come to an end. People are kind of talking, heading out. I'm gonna stick around for a few more minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I think this lens is all dirty or something. How was it? It was pretty good. It was really short. It was like 4 or 5 speeches, I think. And then they lit some candles. They had a prayer. Now, looks like everyone's heading out. I don't know where they're putting all the candles. It looks like they might be setting them up there. I'm not sure. I don't know where they're putting all the candles. There's like some here. Dude, I'm addicted to nicotine. You know how hard it is to stand up there and not smoke? Seriously.
It's easy.
It's not easy for me. Speak for yourself.
I was doing it up there.
You're not addicted enough.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
That was very short. Yeah, it was. I think it's about to start raining soon anyway. So.
It's about to start raining right now. You don't feel the rain, bro?
Why you gotta be mean to me, man?
I'm sorry, buddy. I love you. You're one of my bestest friends.
One of my best friends forever. Hey, thanks, Ange McLean. I don't know what a super sticker is, but I appreciate it. Yeah, so that's it for today. I think Tuesday there's an event in Portland.
Tuesday's Taco Tuesday.
For another Stop Asian Hate event. I might go to. I don't know if I'll make it on Tuesday though, because I work. Yeah, I think there's another vigil. The next time I know I'm going live for sure though is on the 28th. There's like some super straight rally in Sandy, and then I go this way. And then there's a counter protest in Salem because the super straights are supposed to go to Salem afterwards or something. So I'll be streaming that. I expect that to turn into like a giant brawl or for the place, preventing groups from even getting close to each other. You said that's where you get $10? Yeah, I don't even understand. I don't know what it was for. It says super sticker received. I don't even know what that is.
1776. That comment certainly earned you a ban. So I hope you're happy, because I'm kind of assuming that's what you wanted. So you got what you wanted. You got your bit of attention. Now go fuck off somewhere else. Or continue to hate watch. If you want to continue to hate watch while being banned, you know, obviously you can keep watching, you just can't comment or anything on Twitch. So you're more than welcome to continue to hate watch. Appreciate the view. I'm not going to read it. Let's just say their comment hit a lot of the bingo card all in one comment. Like, let's see here. What do we got? Okay, we got comment about timeouts and bans. That's one. We got soy boys. Soy boys, that's two. We got fuck BLM. You know, that's 3. Oh, we got Free Kyle. Boy. And then we got a bunch of hashtags. We have get a life and get a job. I mean, this dude got a bingo. Like, you know, give him credit where credit is due. That dude got himself a solo bingo. You know, so hey, hold on a second, Good on you, Mr. Patriot. Yeah, you really showed me. All right, enough fucking around. Back to business.
Alright, brother. Let's get in the car. Can you get us in front of the car? Alright, hold on.
The point of being in the road and everything is to, you know, kind of cause, right, like a little bit of an issue, right? Like, you know, people having to deal with it and everything. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. It's funny sometimes.
No problem. Let's do it. Let's get it. Come on, gotta get some traffic so we can head for LMP. Come on, Black Lives Matter. Come on.
Hey, yeah, sometimes, you know, yeah, I mean, hey, this is what society is now, right? Like, sometimes you just gotta take a selfie, you know? How many times have you been stopped because somebody was in your way taking a selfie? Like, countless times, and that's not even with protest.
Young black nigga trapped and he can't change.
Hey, how you doing? Black Lives Matter, your wife. Hello, how you doing? Hey, watch out, there's a white car. Black Lives Matter.
Change it. Know your genius, he just can't claim it. Explain it. You frustrated, so you get fake. But deep down inside, you know you can't fake it.
Thank you, Dwan. Appreciate you sharing the stream.
Second season, these raiders leave them deceased and decayed. Never ceasing on haters, we walk. Taking backs of the greatest, we action packed and we're evil. Packs with the bangers, the clap political angles. We extract the angels at a minimum. No cynical English, I'm only numb to be painless. I'm steel, stainless, I was built from the ancients. I'm a veteran, defending, doing battle with plaintiffs. The judges that in prison my cousins. All black jury conviction, you gon' get more than a dozen. Did this for the dozens that never cease and that wasn't at peace with just nothing. This is our piece of that something.
Shay, you know I be juggling. You know what I'm saying? I juggle a lot. I play a lot of positions. You know what I mean? So my mentality when I
that's a fair assumption. That is a fair assumption. Unless there is another Bruce, you know, unlawfully imprisoned right now.
And that's like greatness. That's, you know, on multiple levels. That's the vision that I'm working toward.
I'm seeing visions of greatness. I'm working digits with agents. I'm indigenous and favorite. I work as black with my neighbors. Turn us not to cicadas, cause we can turn up the betas. Second season, these raiders leave them deceased in the caters. We peace in our acres. We got kids. We leave these nuts to our
This is a low-key, what I'm calling, you know, low-key protest. You know what I mean?
One of their wages and we ain't in the minor deals. We making plays in the majors. them locks to make our way out them cages. We could all really flourish if we could find different spaces. Roses and concrete, but
yeah, you know, early. You can see this in the earlier in the live. There's a little protesting at Mayor Greg Fisher's home here in the Highlands. A few LMPD units did show up, and one of them almost ran over someone's dog, and them as well, but also, you know, like, ran over the dog, like, came very close, honestly, and the owner had to kind of jerk the dog back in the way that could have also have hurt that dog. So that was, you know, kind of shitty and reckless. That on top of the rest of the reckless that's all taken care of. It was a sedan, four-door sedan. I don't know exactly what type it was, but I got the important information to identify it, just in case. What's up, Max?
If I ruled the world and everything in it, I would stop the money and everything was spinning and use it to both together with soon to start a new life or soon. Create a different system than we're living, and every single thing that we choose to be spinning, mindsets are locked in to choose the money, the materials things that we like the clothes, the money, the cars and bikes, and we can have a different meaning for me, husband and wife. Our kids to live, our businesses, the black businesses and things, you know, fighting over the gold and Paris and diamond rings. Yo, we don't need no pearls. A better day for little girls, a better day for little boys, a better day for a different world. See us on this block, say chance a lot, hope the mindsets change, then maybe not. But if it doesn't, and if we chant every single day to every woman and man, I hope that they understand that it's freeway, or the freeway, here tonight and today. That's all that we say. Here we go. Freeway. In front of the mega bus. How you doing, everybody? Nice to see you again, Matthew.
Getting a lot of love right now. It's good to see you as well.
It's good to see you, my friend. It's good to see you, dude. Can I make a little announcement?
Oh, go ahead.
So,
the floor is yours, sir.
I don't know, Matthew, I've been having a multitude of pleasant educational conversations on the field and subject of reparations with council members, alderwomen from different cities across the U.S., specifically from Evanston, Indiana, Asheville, North Carolina, and California, and with Alderwoman Ruth Simmons, and I'm so excited about that because once that's finished, I'm going to announce a day this week for a live video that I hope is so impactful to get the conversation on getting local reparations passed here in Louisville so strong that it puts so much pressure in Mayor Fisher's inbox that he could not ignore it. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to get that out there because as it relates to focusing on what's next, reparations locally is it for me as we wait on HR 40, a federal conversation on reparations. I just wanted to say that. I'm going to shut up now and if I rule the world.
Awesome. Thanks, Max.
Plus on select unlimited plans and Discovery Plus on us. You even get one of our best 5G phones on us when you buy one. It all starts at just $35, only from Verizon.
The intent of this visual is not to promote violence, but to show that we as a people would no longer encourage and accept.
Yeah, Maxwell has told me a little bit, off the live, if you will,
but instead
about
to value everyone. This video is a statement and
what he's looking to do as far as his focus is concerned on, reparations.
The disturbing dash cam video just released shows a white police officer killing a black teenager while on duty. We're going to show you the video in just a moment.
Locally,
I just
getting reparations.
The officer's walking, the gentleman's walking away from the officer, and he just starts to open up with him. I just don't really see any scenario.
Yeah, can't wait to see more of that from him.
Attacked the officer, that's one thing. Yeah, the video was clear.
Oh yeah, those are common comments as well. Yeah, about black on black crime and black people owning slaves as well. Yeah, those are definitely two things we hear more often than not. I'm gonna check my battery here real quick. Good, my battery is charging. So yeah, we are here in front of Nowhere and Somewhere here in Louisville, Kentucky, off of in the Highlands, off of Bardstown Road. If you are here in Louisville, Kentucky, watching as well, you are welcome to come, hang out, do some chanting, make a little noise, cause a little commotion. This is, low-key kind of action. Wasn't something that was widespread, advertised, anything like that. Expect more things like this in Louisville. Expect more. Expect to see more action spreading out into the neighborhoods across the city. East End, West End, South End. Not really North End. North End is like is like downtown Louisville, so that doesn't really count. Yeah. Expect a lot of good trouble indeed. A lot of good trouble. Oh, how much law enforcement hate good trouble.
Jimmy Lee Jackson and them nigga Elvis.
this. Clyde Canard, hard labor slaving in the yard. For Huey, for Hampton, for Bobby, we got it. For Jordan Davis, we gon' play this. For Central Blade, we gon' stand. I'm still out of stopping. For Janaea Thompson, from the coast to Compton, it's low. Pump your black fist, 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 pump your black fist.
Be live right now and staying away from those conversations.
Slim does the video shatter.
Are we on? I think I saw Loco live like this afternoon. I know there's been some stuff going on.
You got us. I'm a red phone, I'm back on my double. Excuse me, I'm a new Jim Jones. A lot of supermodels try to seduce me. We no free with it, so I get a two-piece. I usually got the bottle when the product costs body. I'm through. The rappers in my section trying to drink on my body. That's the zone I'm in. I rap with a golden drink. Golden meat. So the eyes is the windows to the souls of me.
Checking in on some information and stuff here, just kind of keeping an eye on what's going on behind the scenes.
It was like staring them out, and I'm
That's a good one, Carlucci. You think Biden's your savior, but he sucks. Why are you still protesting now that he's in office? Yeah, that is totally some shit they get on. He was just like right here a little bit ago. Like, I saw him, I think I saw him over here talking with somebody, like at the bar. Yeah.
Correctional facilities can't go.
My favorite thing about my Squarespace is seeing all my pieces together. Try to keep the design minimal and let the pieces speak for themselves.
Squarespace does not sponsor this stream, but Squarespace perhaps wanted to sponsor the stream. I wouldn't be entirely against the idea. I don't know, Balkus. I don't know. You know, it depends on when it happens. You know, I have to work the day job, unfortunately. I don't hate my job, but at the end of the day, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'd rather be focused solely on MFTW media instead. But anyway, I don't know. It really depends on when that happens. Honestly, probably not. I probably won't. But it better happen because he sure as hell should not be held for the reasons that he is being held right now. It was the city's fault, it was the county's fault that he didn't quote-unquote show up for court when he did show up for court. He has the evidence, like there's evidence, you know, he was live when he went in, so he has the evidence. So the fact that they are holding him right now on a $50,000 bond is absolutely ludicrous. Ludicrous, and just smacks. Alright.
Hey Antonio, I don't know what you're playing, but that's bullshit. Get the ass, my nigga. God damn.
Yes, there's protest. Yeah. Huh?
What are we protesting?
I mean, this is about everything that's been going on in the city, right?
Oh, okay.
That's a very broad question. Yeah, we were. The group was over at the Mayor Fisher's house, you know, earlier. Yeah, taking it to him.
Fuck that guy.
Cops showed up and everything.
Good.
Just go for it. It's a trend for these men who die on their own sword.
See, like, I don't know what that do, like, what their, you know, what their values and stuff are, but, like, I swear these days, you mention Fisher, and it's instantly, fuck Greg Fisher.
Are you on the phone?
I am live right now, yeah.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Yeah.
It is okay?
Yeah, it is okay.
Alright, cool. So, are you a part of the organization, or did you just pop up too?
No, I am part of the independent media, if you will.
Okay.
So
are you
yeah.
on Instagram?
Yes.
I can scan this QR code.
That will take you to my Twitch. That will take you to my Twitch.
I don't know anything about Twitch.
But yeah, at MFTW Media on Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and Twitter.
Hello? I'm over here somewhere. This you in this truck right here? Well, you about to pass the speedway? I'm trying to ask some questions. I'm trying to be a reporter right now. I'm interrupting somebody's live. I'm gonna back up a little bit.
You're good, man. MFTW. Yep, that top one right there.
That's beautiful. You walk right up.
Yep.
You got a follower now.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Huh?
What else do you do? Like, you just capture like the behind the scene moments?
So, you know, right,
look, you're gonna see some people standing in the street, just come to there. Some person has a camera, and yeah. Alright. Huh? Okay,
cover, you know, like a lot of the protest stuff, community engagement, things like that, through mostly live media, but also photography and, you know, stuff as well. I just launched the company last fall, so I'm still very young and, you know, growing. Well, it's a media company, MFTW Media. Yeah.
So that's the company.
It's an LLC, you know, for what that's worth and everything.
That's great. That means you have all your ducks lined up and you're ready to shoot them.
Yeah.
That's excellent. How often do you look to collab with like artists?
I mean, you know, anytime right opportunity comes up, you know, I do have like other life stuff like wedding planning and shit like that going on right now. That's taking up more time, but you know.
MFTW Media?
Yeah. Also, my personal is.
Yeah, this is like my actual.
Oh,
my
gotcha. Okay. Yeah. 1T.
1T?
Yeah.
W?
Yep.
Like that?
EALO.
ARD?
Yep. The top one.
Alright, I go by Kami. K-A-M-I.
Okay,
it's
cool.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. You too, Kami. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always up for, you know, like doing things. Like, especially like right now, I don't don't necessarily have like one specific absolute thing that you know I'm focused on outside of you know things, the protests and stuff like that.
Wherever you can feel your niche is.
Yeah, exactly. Like how I found my lane with the movement, you know, and being able to provide coverage. Like I've been at this, not necessarily as a member of the press, but I've been at this since day one last year. So you know, just like right.
And day one was gonna be like Breonna Taylor.
Yeah. So
I have some friends that were directly affected with it, so like I'm really close to that. So that's cool that you're out here like trying your best to get like I guess the real side to see that people are actually out here, you know, in their community trying to make a difference. That's
right.
Really dope.
Right. That's like you know there could be people out there right now being like, oh well, you know, there was a guy who pulled a big gun out on somebody and he fired bullets into the car. Well, I'm here right now, and obviously that's not happening.
Right.
So yeah, it's like it's about documenting and trying to show
the real media, because everybody knows that they control media.
But yeah, like it's been a hell of a journey so far.
I'm also gonna sing it so you don't forget me. I'm gonna send you a message on Instagram too.
All right, cool. What's up? Got more and more people slowly showing up.
I mean, it's still early. It's only 10:17.
Also, this is a low key. Like, this wasn't something that was like widely broadcast. It's like, hey, we're gonna do this. You know, get everybody.
Real quick thing.
It wasn't necessarily a quick thing. It's just it was just organized on the down low. You know.
Like Underground Railroad type thing.
Yeah.
I told you, you already got your mate. No, bro, I told you that I'm
Yeah, Nitty should definitely be. Frank Nitty should definitely. He should be here tomorrow. He'll be out there for sure when Bruce gets released.
You can throw these things, but you know you're gonna have to wrestle me. You're gonna have to wrestle me. I'm with all the shit, so. Motherfucker, I'm outside, motherfucker. I'm not gonna move.
B, I got your B, I got your B. L, I got your L, I got your L. M, I got your M, I got your M. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. B, I got your B, I got your B. L, I got your L, I got your L. Your M. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. You can't stop the revolution. He is not the solution. You can't stop the revolution. Damn. That one was going through here very quick. Fire the mayor is the conclusion. Y'all stay good. Well, I'm just saying. Yeah.
I'm going to be talking to you.
Oh, okay. All right.
The most interesting person here. See, like a lot of people don't give the cameraman enough credit. In my personal opinion.
I hear you. Yeah.
I can relate, but I can't relate to the hard work you guys do.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Like real shit. Like I just see the hard work you guys do. I just wanted to go notice. So I'm hoping we can collab. Maybe we should do a project.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty dope artist.
Let's figure something out for sure. All right, hold on, y'all. I gotta check my battery. Still charging. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back down to the city for a moment, for a bit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be back. I just want to make sure somebody knows where I'm going. It's going on a little walk. On a little walk here. Let's go check some things out. I need to figure out how to. I wish I could stream on Instagram, but Instagram, it's not really a good. It sucks as a platform for streaming unless you're just doing like, you know, kind of at home kind of thing or something. Yeah, it's not it's not really doable, and like I can't even you know, from Prism, or I don't even think I could do so from OBS. I think you can only stream to Instagram like through the Instagram app. So yeah, but Instagram is still, it's a good platform for me to engage with people, but it's hard for me to push, you know, that I'm live and like get people over on Facebook or Twitch. Twitter is not better. Twitch is for streaming. Twitch is the best. Twitch is by far the best. Twitch is the best for both the content creator and frankly for the consumer as well. Twitter, you know, I like Twitter to an extent. I used to use Twitter a lot more than I do, but you know, I like Twitter just, you know, for the bullshit. Really. It's also a good way to, you know, sometimes keep up with things that are happening live, you know, through text. I could stream to Twitter, but I'm not looking to put more strain on my mods right now. I need to get more people before I look at expanding to streaming on Twitter. I don't know. Portland protesting. I mean, I'm sure you. if you say yes, it's likely 5% likely that it's going to be true. Like, protesting is just something that they always do in Portland. turn this around real quick. Okay, no one back there. I think getting close to 11, we might see things wrapping up here soon. LMPD does not appear to be, they're watching, they're definitely watching, but they do not appear to be you know, manning up, if you will, right? Like, they don't appear to be calling in all the units, which is good. But they're definitely keeping an eye on things, like, you know, they're reporting what they're hearing. We'll be heading back down here a little bit. Oh man, that was kind of funny. Oh man, alright. Might go home and eat some of that leftover lasagna that we made this weekend. What's up? Huh? Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, sorry, I had to turn the mic off there for a moment. All right. So, So, going to end the live. However, I am also going to say, keep your eyes and ears open on those notifications. Maybe check even periodically if you need to. Probably going to be live again. So we'll see. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and cut it. I mean, it's always possible that I won't be live, but you know, we'll see. But yeah, keep your eyes and ears open. If you're not on Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, and yeah, y'all stay safe, stay good, keep going. Probably will talk to you soon, but until next time, whenever that is.
I can't even imagine how much money that costs. I can't even imagine how much money that would cost to do that for two people. Two really sweet people, you know. So yeah, as you can see, this building is the home to a lot of people. And this is a spot on Saturdays where David John comes down and makes breakfast and lunch and dinner for everyone. This is where, if you guys were watching a couple weeks ago, Carl came and did a dance in this parking lot. But as you can see, it just keeps going and wraps around the building the other side. So you can imagine what's going to happen if we have to evacuate this area, if they kick everybody out of here. We're literally out of places where people can go, and this is kind of considered sacred space with the city. The city doesn't bother this place as much because they know it's a hot topic. Crazy, right? Yeah. Just taking some video.
Really?
Yeah.
It was cool, or like YouTube, internet, or something?
Yeah, it's on the internet. Okay.
Okay, are we pro or con?
I see they're at it again. Blue Summer. This is actually not an abatement. This is a fire. This is a fire at a building that is covered with murals of people that were extrajudicially killed by police here in Salt Lake City. It's a community hub for people here in Salt Lake. We have a lot of meetings and mutual aid events, and a lot of unsheltered people live here.
Are there any questions you need to ask? Fire related?
Yeah, I want to know who lit that fire, for sure.
They're not sure who lit it, but it's inside the building.
It is a really great place, and it's been a really comforting hub for the families that have lost individuals here in Salt Lake, that have lost family members. They come here and mourn and have memorials and birthday parties. in celebration. Hi. What's your name?
I'm Peggy.
Peggy, oh hi! You made it back! Nice to meet you. Hello.
You too. Yeah, I've been following you guys for a while.
Oh, nice.
I'm
Hi.
one of those names that always pops up.
Okay.
Well, thanks. I have that PT Cruiser with the flames on it.
Oh, okay.
Everybody knows my car.
I don't know if I know that car.
Oh, I've been on it also.
Oh, right on. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Huh?
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the morning, man, or tonight. I don't know what the precedent is here. We're not used to sweeps here in Salt Lake. This is kind of a new thing for us. We just started having sweeps about 2 winters ago. So we're not really used to the mechanics of it, and they've changed a little bit over time as our tactics change and then their tactics change. It's kind of a little cat and mouse that's been happening. But I don't know what's going to happen in this instance. I don't know if they're going to kick people out tonight, if they're going to kick people out tomorrow. Kind of waiting around to see if I can talk. I don't know if they're considering this like a crime scene or a red tagged building, or like there's a lot of things the city could say or do to get these people out of here tonight.
You gonna stay live for a while?
Yeah.
I'll just check in.
Okay. All right, I'll be here.
I'm not far, so I can
All
come
right.
back with my car. I got space at least, so if people need to move in a hot hurry.
All right, thank you so much. I'll put out the red alarm if we have to move people tonight. Oh, I think I see Ty over there. This encampment has to go. Why, Eric? Where do you want them to go? That would be a better question. If you've got a good spot for them to go, I'd love to hear it. I'll tell you, our whole team spends hours and hours every week driving around trying to find other places for these encampments to go. We can't find any. So if you have some suggestions, I'd love to hear them. Thank you. Wow. It's crazy. These sweeps happen and these camps change so quickly, and people's tents change all the time. So sometimes it's hard to figure out who lives where and who's who. Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing? You all right?
Yes, I'm talking to the young lady in tent, but since you all in, hi, hello.
Hello. No one's come around and told you you had to move or anything, right?
Well, the officer said we had to move, but since it's all put out now, I think everybody can stay at home now.
Okay.
Since they was the one who started the fire.
You think they started the fire?
Quite sure they fucking did. Excuse my language.
Yeah?
Quite sure they did.
Quite sure they did?
Quite possible.
How so?
Because God had let us sit here, and they haven't bothered us, so they figured they'd do something dumb to get in.
Yeah.
And that be the truth on this day, and this day alone. But no one want to listen to old wise tales.
Is the battalion chief?
I'm sorry,
what's going on? He'll tell you. Someone told me to go find the battalion chief. That's a good idea. All right, well.
Truth is in the life, not in the scene.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this. I don't know.
Well, everything is always smoke and mirrors, isn't it?
Everything is always smoke and mirrors. You are correct. Good night. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go try and find the battalion chief and see if we can get some info. Whoa. Hey. Well, this isn't what we planned tonight. Fuck, dude. Well, I guess we were meant to see each other one way or another. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, I just talked to some people down there. They said that the cops told them they had to leave, but that was while the fire was happening, and now he's saying he's not sure what's going to happen. Somebody on my live suggested, oh, but they can call him real quick. Someone said to try to find the battalion chief and ask them what's going on. But
It is still. Where are you trying to go?
oh, just that way.
You can.
Yeah, we can go right here.
We still have it blocked off over there.
Okay.
Here, you could get across the street, but if you just don't go further, because it's still a scene inside, and then I still need to get it secured.
Okay.
Until we do that, we're not going to let people.
Can I ask you, what is the plan with the unsheltered people around here? Are they getting it pushed tonight, or?
No, they're
okay?
going to be okay to come back. Yeah, as soon as we get the place secured up, hopefully, best we can, then yeah, they'll be able to come back and
all right.
do their thing. They were told that originally. So.
Okay, cool. Thanks, you.
Guys.
Well, it's like the cop was nice, but he didn't have a mask on, so I'm feeling kind of like it's a wash.
Same thing.
It's like you did one thing good, and then the other thing was bullshit. Did your battery die? You need a jump, bud? What's he doing? Alright. They spend so much money on bullshit, they don't have money for, fixing their cars, I guess. They bought a tank, though. It looks like the fire department's clearing out. I just got word from a police officer that they're not going to push everybody tonight. I want confirmation from maybe one or two others just to make sure. We're not allowed to go any closer. But I think I might end this live for now. Should someone clip that? Yeah, someone should clip that. Shoot. Dale is off the clock. Yeah. Where's the battalion chief? Fire chief says they can go back. That was actually just a police officer. No suggestions. Your time would be better spent raising money for affordable housing rather than escorting people from the lawless area to another. Okay, listen, Eric. We are raising funds and working with the city and working on affordable housing. I'm not a lawmaker, so I can do the best I can, and I actually do a pretty good job. And you don't know what we're doing behind the scenes, but when you have people that are getting pushed, there's an immediate reactionary thing that has to happen. I would love it if I could spend my time working on writing really dope legislation and creating effective quantitative changes and programs inside of the city where I can help unsheltered people. But I don't have that opportunity because every damn week I have to go out and help people move because the city's pushing them again and they can't move on their own because they don't have a freaking U-Haul truck. Okay? So while you can say you shouldn't do this or you should do that, what the hell are you doing? Because that's the best I can do right now. I can't just sit at home and be a keyboard warrior while people are getting pushed and all their belongings taken away and it's 12 degrees outside. If you can do that, I'm sorry that your heart is so cold and black. Don't tell me what to do. So, yeah, if you're just tuning in, we had a fire tonight at our beloved mural buildings. I keep asking everyone if anyone knows what the name of these buildings, these murals are. And it's, everyone's just like, they're the murals. They're just the murals. What do you mean? It's the murals. I'm sure somebody has an official name for these things, but I don't know what it is. Have you noticed how they're letting other people walk through, but I'm not allowed to with my camera? Huh, it's almost as if that's the second time in a week that's happened. Cool.
Like every time you show up?
Huh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Where did this guy go? He just went like there.
I don't know. He just came to, maybe he was making sure his car would still start. So, yeah, we had a fire here tonight of unknown causes thus far. Here's Carl. Maybe he's got more info now.
cages. Yes, President invited. They're alive. I promise. I promise you that.
He's on a roll. Leave it. So yeah, we had a fire tonight here at our beloved Murals. This is a community hub for Salt Lake City for mutual aid workers and activists and unsheltered individuals here in Salt Lake. I don't think that there is any sort of alternative community here in Salt Lake that has not been touched by this spot. My friend James Barker was killed by the police, and his mural is right up there where they tore into the building. It looks like the mural is okay, but it's a particularly sore spot for me right now. That area is all messed up. The fate of these buildings was already very tenuative, and now it's looking even worse. I'm afraid to know what tomorrow is going to bring with this building and what they're going to say about these damages and who started this fire. There is one individual who was injured pretty badly during this fire. That may have been the one that started it. I only have secondhand information. I don't really have a lot of real solid information yet. Just what I heard on the police scanner and what people on the street have told me. But that person was injured pretty badly during this fire, trying to keep himself warm here in the winter. It has been very cold the last couple of nights. I usually try and check what the temperature is before I come on. Let me see if I can see it here. It's 37. It's 37 right here in Salt Lake right now. Last night it rained all night. It rained all night, and then to top it off, it started snowing when the sun was coming up. And so these individuals here have already had a really raucous day, dealing with soggy everything. There's piles of soggy stuff outside of everybody's tents right now, with no way to dry it. It didn't get sunny today. It still was a little bit wet and overcast, and so their things didn't dry, and now they're dealing with this trauma of a fire and the uncertainty of what's going to happen next in this area. It's the Fleet Block, yep. So yeah, looks like fire department's clearing out. I think I'd like to probably put my equipment away and go check on some people. It kind of seemed like the smoke was raising up. So, and it's not super smoky here now. It doesn't smell too bad or anything. So I'm hoping everybody's okay as far as inhalation is concerned. I don't know if I'm allowed to, I just start walking back this way again. I'm so scampy. I gotta be less scampy, you guys. And thinking about my behavior the other day, and I, need to edit a few things, I think, in my reactions to things. I'm gonna go this way. So yeah, actually let's go this way so you can see the rest of this now that things are a little bit more clear about what's going on, so you can understand how many people are living here in this camp. People getting pushed, and we don't know where to take them. A lot of people don't want to go to these places that have been pushed before. So we just keep kind of shuffling people around as the city pushes them with no good options on where to go. With the shelters full, and there's an immediate need for people to go somewhere. Is that Brian? Hey, Brian. Hey, bud. Hi. So yeah, we have all these tents here, and then it continues to wrap around this building. There's been a lot of talk of taking these murals down. There's been a lot of community outcry about it. I mean, not these murals, these buildings down. This side is where the initial push happened the day that Camp Last Hope started. So you can see these tents go all the way down the block that way, wrap all the way around this way and all the way around the other side of the block. This is kind of a last-ditch effort coming back to the place where we started, trying to figure out what to do, where to take people. I just don't even know how to quantify for you guys what a loss losing this building would be for so many people. Yeah, everybody's just got piles of soggy stuff everywhere, nowhere to dry it. Ugh. Yeah, I'm comfortable with the amount of police that are here now. And it looks like the fire department's clearing out. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and end this and go check on some people and find my crew. We're all spread. I mean, this is a large Salt Lake City block, which are bigger than other city blocks a lot of times. A large city block in every direction. So we're all kind of spread out right now. The city needs to take this more seriously, help your citizens. Yeah, Salt Lake City, once again, Jenny Wilson, Aaron Mendenhall, Spencer Cox, Dale Keller, Michelle Hoon. What the hell are you gonna do, Mike Brown? What are you doing? What are we gonna do here? We can do better. We're all smart people, I think. You know, we're too good for this. We're too good for this, you guys. Sorry I'm all sniffly. It's really cold and I'm crying. So that's what it is. You got the sniffs. I was actually listening to someone else sniffle on a live yesterday and thinking about how nice it's going to be to not be sniffing on live videos in the summertime. What a weird thing to look forward to. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for all my Wosians for your support and love. Thank you, mods, and fuck you, Salt Lake City.